Chapter 91. After reading the information regarding the majority of kingdoms in this world, he had a preliminary plan for their group's next actions. However, he needed to check something first. As such, he asked, "Is there a place where the three borders of these dynasties meet together?" "Yes, young master." Su Ai then took out a more detailed map and pointed to a place at the intersection of the three great dynasties. This city is called Intersection Point City. Well, it's not a very original name. However, as the name suggested, this city was designated as a free trading point by all three dynasties. The city lord will be changed every few years, alternating between them to choose who is elected to be in charge. Are we using this city as a starting point to attack one of the three dynasties? And which one are we attacking first? Asked Li Jun with a frown. However, Wang Wei shook his head. He was not that stupid to attack the most powerful empires in this world, just like that, especially when there are other heaven chosens that have already planted their foundation in these places. I'm the only one headed to Intersection Point City, because I need to check something out. I need you guys to head here and gather as much information as possible, said Wang Wei as he pointed to a kingdom all the way east of the central dynasties. Yin Liling, can you refine the Spirit Break Pill? Spirit Break Pill? That's a very rare high-level profound tier pill used by some cultivators to strengthen their spirits and increase their chances in entering the realm of heaven and earth. I do know the recipe. What about the materials? The materials are very common, and I should be able to find them in this world. The hard part of this pill is the runes needed to inscribe on them are very sensitive. A wrong mistake could turn the pill into a deadly poison that directly attacks the spirit. That's good. I need you to refine as many as possible to make sure that Su Ai entered the divine altar as soon as possible. After saying this, Wang Wei turned and looked at Su Ai. I'm assuming that you have created some sort of spy agency in this world. Yes, young master. In the past 5 years that I have been here, I created countless brothels and spread them all over the world. Through them, I can gather information from the highest of officials to common street beggars. Wang Wei frowned after hearing this. Su Ai, upon noticing this, thought of something and quickly explained. No, you misunderstood, young master. I did not create such a kind of brothel where women sold their bodies. No, I adopted many beautiful orphans or women who have lost everything due to war and famine. I used my illusion to teach them all kinds of abilities. Whether it was art, paintings, calligraphy, and the zither. All they do is drink, chat, and perform with customers. In fact, I even taught some of them with talent how to cultivate. As for those without talents, I taught them the martial arts of this world. Wang Wei nodded in satisfaction. Although Wang Wei does not consider himself a good person as he could do almost everything for his goals, he also has a bottom line. And forcing women into prostitutions more than crossed that line. You did good, Miss Su Ai. All you need to focus on in the next few years is how to enter the divine altar realm and further increase your charming abilities. Wang Ju can take over your information agency. When you manage to break through, I can work together with you to revise the martial art cultivation of this method, so that all the women under your command can have some charming abilities, even the mortal ones. That way, the brothels will become increasingly more popular, and it would be much easier for them to gather information. Soon after the meeting, the whole group separated. The majority of them headed for the eastern shore, while Wang Wei headed for Intersection Point City. The journey there took him about a month, and it would have taken far longer if not for the flying demonic beast that Su Ai gave to him. During this voyage, Wang Wei realized that transportation was going to be one of the main problems that he would have to deal with in this world. After entering the Intersection Point City, Wang Wei had to put on the aura of a cultivator, not to cause himself trouble. Ever since he entered the 13th layer of the body-refining realm, his aura had disappeared and he looked like an ordinary person. So he often has to purposely release his aura. Wang Wei did not like the whole concept of a tiger hiding as a sheep. If you are a tiger, why do you need to hide? Many of his fellow traversers like to be low-key. Then when some random guy humiliates them for being weak, then they face-slap them by showing their true power. The whole thing seemed pointless to Wang Wei. All of this nonsense could be avoided just by showing a little bit of aura, so why waste so much time? Don't these traversers have anything better to do with their life? To him, the reason that they behaved in such a way is because they like having their massive ego stroked just like a woman massaging their balls. After entering the city, Wang Wei rested for a while. In fact, he was quite surprised. During his whole journey, he saw fighting everywhere he went. Different kingdoms are constantly fighting each other. Different sects or martial arts school are also in turmoil. Wang Wei finally understood why this plane was called Warring Kingdom World. However, the intersection point city was surprisingly very peaceful, well, at the very least, peaceful compared to the rest of the world. Throughout the day, all suspicious activities in this city were suspended. All cultivators and martial artists followed the law. However, at night, they immediately turned into hyenas that have not eaten anything for months. Tonight, Wang Wei was finally about to do what he came to this city for. After easily killing a few cultivators who like to throw away their lives, he mobilized the spiritual qi around him and floated 1,000 meters in the air. However, he almost felt countless times in the process. Damn this world and its low level of spiritual qi, muttered Wang Wei under his breath. When he reached a certain height and managed to steady himself in the air, he activated his vision and looked in the direction of the Great Wu Dynasty. There, he saw a giant golden dragon with 9 claws circling on top of the entire kingdom. Wang Wei knew that this was the manifestation of the entire dynasty's qi luck. Upon closer examination, Wang Wei found that this dragon was lying down with numerous scales that were destroyed. On top of the dragon, there was a snake that was slowly killing it by absorbing its power. However, the absorption process seemed slow, and the golden dragon also seemed to be still fighting back. After seeing this, Wang Wei knew that Crown Prince Su Wen's life was not easy in the dynasty. Whatever means he used to suddenly take over power has many drawbacks. Although he seemed to have found a way to remedy these drawbacks, the process will probably take a long time. In the meantime, the Great Wu Dynasty is essentially crippled and does not have the ability to interfere in other countries' matters. This is good news for Wang Wei's future plans. The thing he worries the most about is that the 3 great dynasties band together to deal with him and the other heaven-chosens. Afterward, Wang Wei looked in the direction of the Great Yi Dynasty. There, he also saw a golden dragon. However, this dragon only had 6 paws, with the remaining 3 being cut off. With the paws of the dragon signifying its military strength, Wang Wei guesses that both Ji Song and Ji Su had already managed to infiltrate deeply into this dynasty's army and are slowly swallowing it. Giving them enough time, the Great Yi Dynasty would eventually be captured in their hands. And the process might be even faster than the Great Wu Dynasty. After pondering for a brief moment, Wang Wei then looked in the direction of the Great Shu Dynasty. He paid more attention to this kingdom than the other ones. Wang Wei also saw a gigantic golden dragon. Upon closer, there seemed to be nothing with this dragon. It was healthy with no injuries or parasites on him. However, Wang Wei soon noticed a yin-yang symbol on top of this dragon's head. Then, part of the dragon's head began to turn white and black. What's even worse was the fact that this dragon noticed the symbol and its effect on it, but he did not care or take any action. On the contrary, upon closer inspection, Wang Wei noticed that the dragon was happy at the fact that it was slowly transforming and wished that the process would quickly accelerate. While Wang Wei was observing the qi luck of the Great Shu Dynasty, suddenly, the dragon seemed to notice something and looked in Wang Wei's direction. Its eyes locked directly with Wang Wei's. Through its eyes, Wang Wei could feel that someone was watching him from a far distance through the dragon. Noticed? Thought Wang Wei with a slight surprise on his face. This was the first time someone had noticed it when he peeked at their luck. This should be the heaven chosen that was canonized as the dynasty's national teacher. After the dragon made a brief contact with Wang Wei, a fog suddenly appeared and covered the entire Great Shu Dynasty. Immediately afterward, Wang Wei discovered that he could no longer observe the luck of this dynasty. Interesting, he muttered while smiling. Yin-yang symbol? Is this guy related to the Tai Profound Gate? Chapter 92. Great Shu Dynasty. Inside a newly built temple, a teenager dressed in Taoist robe was sitting cross-legged. Although he was not overtly handsome, he had a peaceful air about him. He gave the feeling that even if the whole world was destroyed, nothing would faze him. He would still remain quiet, inactive, and peaceful. This person can actually directly observe the luck of the entire dynasty, and it seemed that he did not use any secret method. It was like an innate or inborn talent from his eyes, just like you, answered another hoarse and bland voice. Master, you woke up, said the teenager. After which, a transparent person floated next to the teenager. It was a middle-aged man with eyes full of vicissitudes. He had a very ancient and profound air about him. Yes, I felt something was happening and came to check it out. Master, did that person wake you up? Is he worthy of you to pay attention to? Did you forget the warning that the sect gave you before coming here? You mean that this guy was actually the young sect master of the Tao opening sect, Wang Wei? The transparent person nodded his head and looked in the direction of Wang Wei and started thinking. Meanwhile, the young teenager had a frown on his face. Teacher, do you think this Wang Wei noticed something? You do not need to worry about me. Even if a great emperor came right in front of you, it would be difficult for him, her to notice my existence. As for the other thing, it is very unlikely due to the distance. However, if you ever meet this guy in person, you should be extra careful not to do anything unusual. The teenager nodded in acknowledgement. As expected of the master who survived from the incense era, muttered the teenager under his breath. Meanwhile, the transparent middle-aged man started thinking to himself. Does this generation have a genius similar to him? No, it cannot be. I have waited too long for my plans to be spoiled by anyone else. After a few minutes of pondering, the transparent man suddenly became even more pale, almost disappearing. The teenager became worried and asked, Master, are you okay? You primordial spirits seem to be fading? You do not need to worry too much. This world is just too low for me to exist outside of your body for too long. It'll be fine after a period of rest. The teenager clenched his hands in determination. Without his master's guidance, he would just be one of the many mediocre disciples in the sect, let alone acquiring the position of Tao child. Master, it won't be long before I enter the supernatural realm. By then, you can rest in my Niwan aperture and use my soul to sustain you until I find the right method to help you resurrect. The transparent man looked at his disciple and nodded. My disciple, it's good that you have such intention, however, there is no need to hurry. It is better to take your time and set a solid foundation for your future. I can still last for a while. After saying this, the middle-aged man who was currently just a primordial spirit turned into a light and entered the body of the teenager. If you look closely, you would find out that this man has turned into a swastika tattoo on the teenager's chest. Meanwhile, Wang Wei had already checked the information he needed from observing the luck of each dynasties. According to his analysis, the Great Shu will probably pose the greatest threat to him in this trial. Whoever entered the Great Shu dynasty had chosen the best and most efficient way to acquire power, through religion. With this method, it is only a matter of time before the entire kingdom will fall into his hand, and he can easily gather the luck needed for this trial. And if that person decides to expand his reach beyond the dynasty's borders, after summarizing the information he needed, Wang Wei left the intersection point city and headed to the eastern coast. He spent 15 days on a journey that should have taken more than 3 months. In order for the demonic beast to be able to keep up with such constant traveling, Wang Wei had to nourish its body with his origin qi, which allowed the flying beasts to break through its cultivation realm. Meanwhile, Wang Wei discovered that his pure origin qi might have the ability to strengthen the bloodline of low-level demonic beasts. However, he does not currently have the time to ponder the significance of his newfound ability. He was already slightly behind his other opponents in this trial. After arriving on the East Coast, he headed straight to a kingdom known as Eastern Rain Kingdom. He did not immediately reunite with his group, but took time to travel throughout the entire kingdom. During his travels, he focused more on the life of ordinary people. And just like he expected, the life of ordinary people was worse than street dogs. Wang Wei saw how there were countless slum areas scattered in each prefecture and cities of this kingdom. The people had little to no food to eat. The majority of people wore old, cheap, and tattered clothes. Beggars could be seen everywhere. Once in a while, people will forever disappear from the streets, especially young girls. Murder and looting often occur in every part of the kingdom. As for the aristocrats of this kingdom, of course, They lived luxurious lifestyles at the expense of the poor. After checking the luck of this kingdom, Wang Wei saw a very intimidating yellow flood dragon who looked mighty and strong. He was not surprised by this. This kingdom was not as strong as the 3 central dynasties, so its luck would not be a true dragon. However, he was quite surprised by how powerful the kingdom's luck was given the state of its citizens. After careful thinking, he realized that it was probably due to the vast territory of the kingdom. After further investigation, Wang Wei noticed that the Qi dragon was breathing erratically and would sometimes cough a slight mouthful of blood. He knew that this indicated that despite the external strength of the Eastern Rain Kingdom, it was suffering from serious internal trouble. Without the proper measure, it is only a matter of time before the kingdom crumbled and destroyed itself. After spending a month visiting most places in the kingdom, Wang Wei reunited with his team and had another meeting. "Where is Miss Su Ai?" asked Wang Wei when he entered their secret room. To which Wang Ju responded, "After receiving the spirit break pills, she went into seclusion." After receiving a paper containing detailed information about the Eastern Rain Kingdom, Wang Wei looked at Yan Liling. "You did a good job in refining the pill so fast." However, she just smiled. Wang Wei sat cross-legged and took a few minutes to read and analyze all the information. "Big brother Wang Wei, you picked the perfect place for us to establish a dynasty. This Eastern Rain Kingdom has vast lands, a large population, fertile lands due to the constant rains, access to the sea for both transportation and fishing for food. However, both the royal family and the nobles have a firm and complete control of the military. Are we just going to kill them first?" Wang Wei shook his head and answered, "We cannot do that. With our strength, it would be very easy to kill the royal family and the noble clans. However, what next? The ordinary people of this kingdom have been brainwashed for countless generations that it is right for them to be ruled. It is normal to give up their freedom and labor to the higher echelons of the dynasty. As long as they continue to live day to day, everything else is fine. If we suddenly pop up and tell them that now, we are in charge, the only thing we would have left is a kingdom with countless people rioting all over our territory. And in such a kingdom, how could we gather luck? Then big brother, what's the plan? What's our next step of action? In order to properly establish our own kingdom, we need 2 things: the general support of the people and legitimacy." Li Jun looked at Wang Wei and asked, "I understand what you mean by the support of the people, but what do you mean by legitimacy?" "Legitimacy means that we have the proper authorization, or right to openly govern the people of this land. We can use our powerful cultivation and proclaim that we were mandated by heaven to come save the people from the pain and suffering they endured from the royal family and the nobles. Or we can acquire our legitimacy from someone else that is willing to hand it over. Or to be precise, we need an ally that has sufficient power and status to provide us with proper legitimacy. And this ally has to have a kind heart that loves and cares for the common people. This method is better and more efficient as we do not need to put bondage to the people's mind through superstitions. But big brother, where will we find such a person? The majority of people in power in this kingdom are rotten to the core. Of course there is. The 13th princess of the Eastern Rain Kingdom, Dong Lifan. She is the perfect person to fit this role. Chapter 93. Eastern Rain Kingdom, Forbidden City, Royal Palace. A group of armored guards were lined up in rows, waiting for the appearance of something or someone. If you look closely, you will discover that each of the guards had a deep pride in faces and a happy smile. After a few minutes, a girl dressed in ancient blue garments walked out the palace with a few maids behind her. She had many hairpins in her hair that formed the shape of a crown. She had a veil covering her mouth, hiding her physical appearance. However, a person could tell how beautiful she was just based on her upper face and her eyes. Her eyes were fascinating. Not in the sense that one was drawn by them due to lust or desire. No, they remind anyone of their happiest and sweetest dreams. The dreams that leave a lasting influence on you throughout your entire life. This beautiful girl was the 13th princess of the Eastern Rain Kingdom, Dong Lifan. After exiting the palace, Dong Lifan gave a smile to the guards, an act which elicited blushing smiles from the armored men before entering a carriage decorating with phoenix paintings. Driven by 4 Tier 1 demonic beasts, The carriage headed straight for the slums of this city, which was located more than a quarter of a mile southwest of the Forbidden City. When the guards and the carriage, the people there were not scared as usual when seeing the authority. On the contrary, they were all excited. Princess Dong Lifan stepped out of her carriage and started walking to an already placed stall. She did not mind the mud and dirty rainwater scattered everywhere. In front of the stall, Princess Dong Lifan saw 3 cleanly dressed young men standing over there waiting for her. A trace of disgust flashed across her eyes before returning to normal. She approached them with a smile and said, "Young Marquis Lung Jianjun, young Viscount Changshun, and young Duke Zhengke, it is nice to see you again this time." Duke Zhengke took a step forward and bowed politely like an educated aristocrat. "It is our utmost pleasure to serve the princess and the common people of the kingdom." Marquis Lung Jianjun also stepped forwards and said, "Princess, this time, our Lung family has triple the amount of food from last time." Viscount Changshun did not want to be left behind, so he immediately said, "This time our Chang family have donated more than 100,000 cotton-made robes perfect to protect the untouchable. I mean common people from the harsh winter without any problem." Princess Dong Lifan ignored Chang Sun's slip of the tongue and looked directly at Duke Zhengke. The young duke smiled confidently and said, "This time our Zheng family has decided to open school in all the slums of the kingdom to teach the common people how to read and fend for themselves. As the saying goes, it is better to teach a man how to fish than to give him the fish directly." After saying this, Duke Zhengke had an arrogant smile on his face, as if he had accomplished something as important as world peace. Princess Dong Lifan wanted to roll her eyes and punch this guy in his face. However, she just smiled and answered, "You did a good job this time, young duke. Now that everyone is here, let's accomplish the task that we came to do here. The people's hunger cannot wait for us to finish our discussion." After saying that, she headed to the stall that was full of food and clothes. There, the princess saw a group of people lining up. The majority of them were in tattered clothes with dirt all over their faces and body. Each of them had a pungent smell emanating out their bodies. With so many of them standing together, the stench was quite unbearable. However, Princess Dong Lifan did not care about this as she was used to it. Unfortunately, this cannot be said to the 3 male companions that followed her like a dog chasing its own tail. Nevertheless, given the mission that their families had given them, they decided to hold their breath and interact with all these untouchables no matter how unwilling they are. Children and women first, followed by people with handicaps, then normal men can come last. After saying this, the princess started handing out food and clothing to the people. In the past, she would also hand out money, but that resulted in tragedy. Meanwhile, not far from the stall, on a tall building, Wang Wei was looking at the princess that was doing her work. "What do you think?" "Big brother Wang Wei, you are right. She is indeed a very kind person. From the information we gathered about her from the past month, she would come here at least once a month to provide relief to the people. Yes, she is indeed a kind soul. While traveling throughout the kingdom, I have heard of her deeds among the people. At first, I still kept a skeptical view that maybe all she did was nothing but a front to hide some nefarious plans. However, after meeting her today in person, I can tell that she is a genuinely kind individual. From the fluctuation of her soul, I can tell that she has a very bright and pure soul." Li Jun nodded in agreement. Although he does not have the ability to judge a person's character from their soul fluctuation, he still has his way to judge a person. After all, he was also once an emperor in the pagoda trials, and had to deal with court politics. After spending the whole day in the slums, Princess Dong Lifan returned to the palace late at night. After taking a shower under the care of her maids, she was lying down on her bed thinking about the future of the kingdom. Suddenly, a powerful voice appeared in her own chamber. "Do you think that what you are doing now can actually save this kingdom?" After hearing this, Princess Dong Lifan jumped off her bed and took out a sword. She yelled, "Who dares trespass into the royal family's chamber?" After saying this, she saw a young man with gray hair and gray eyes looking at her up and down. From his eyes, she felt as if everything about her was seen through, that her fate did not belong to her. She frowned as she felt that tonight, something incredible was about to happen. Wang Wei looked at Dong Lifan through his true vision ability. Interesting, you actually have a dream manifestation soul. Dong Lifan looked at Wang Wei with wariness. Without dropping the swords in her hand, she asked, "What is dream manifestation soul?" It is a form of innate talent or physique. Although the dream manifestation soul is not listed in the 3000 heavenly physique list, it is actually a very rare physique that can probably compare to the top 20 of heavenly physique list. As a sign of this talent, the owner usually has the ability to enter and exit people's dreams without them knowing. After hearing this, Princess Dong Live's face became more solemn. She has read about the heavenly physique list. However, she knows that few people in this world know about this as it is a very ancient secret. The only reason that she knows about it is due to the fact that their Dong family is actually one of the oldest families in this world. As such, there are still records from ancient time. Dong Lifan learned about the heavenly physique while rummaging through all the documents of the family's ancestral hall to find whether something was wrong with her after her talent awakened. As for her having the ability to enter people's dreams, only 2 people knew about this secret: herself and her master. However, this young man just took a glance at her, and he could identify her ability. What's more is the fact that he seemed to know the secret of ancient times. After taking a deep breath to calm herself down, Princess Dong Lifan asked again, "Who are you? And why have you intruded into my chamber?" "Oh, I apologized, I should have introduced myself first. My name is Wang Wei and am from what you would call the higher realm." Dong Lifan frowned again. She has heard of the higher realm. In fact, every cultivator in this world pursues to one day break the void and enter the higher realm in order to reach a higher level of cultivation. However, she did not immediately believe this young man's words. As such, she asked, "How could you prove that your words are true?" Wang Wei was not surprised by her question. Maybe a normal cultivator might believe his words with a little effort. However, this princess was born into the royal family. She grew up living and witnessing countless conspiracies. The fact that she managed to grow up until now and have such status proved that she is not a simple-minded girl despite her kind nature. After hearing the girl's question, Wang Wei mobilized his divine altar, and a powerful aura enveloped the entire room, crushing down on Princess Dong Lifan. The princess felt a tremendous weight was pushing on her, and a horrified look appeared on her face. She realized what this pressure meant. This was the pressure from a divine altar ancestor. She recognized as he once met one of the sleeping ancestors of the Dong family. Dong Lifan was indeed horrified. The divine altar realm is the highest cultivation of this world before breaking the void. Only a few very talented individuals have the chance to ever reach such a realm in their life. As the most talented person of the Dong family in this generation, she is considered to be a heaven-defying genius for reaching the body-refining realm 9th layer with her age. However, this young man who seemed to be of similar age as him has already entered the divine altar realm, a realm she decided as a goal to pursue all her life. A realm that even her master has been stuck in a bottleneck for more than 100 years and has not been able to reach. Chapter 94. Inside the royal palace, Wang Wei's aura pressure soon disappeared after a few minutes. Princess Dong Lifan took a deep breath in order to calm herself down. "Sir, this does not prove anything. You could just be a very talented person. Just a powerful cultivation does not prove that you are from the higher realm." Wang Wei smiled after hearing this and said in a tranquil voice, "You should be perfectly clear that a tiny little world like yours cannot cultivate a strong person as young as me. However, I can understand your skepticism. There are numerous ways that I could prove to you of my identity. I could show you things that you have never seen in your life, provide you with knowledge beyond your wildest comprehension. However, all of this will happen when you and I come to a certain level of trust. Additionally, Your Highness, you seem to have misunderstood something. I did not show you my power just to prove my identity as a foreigner. I showed it to you to tell you that if I wanted to do something to you, there is absolutely nothing you could do to stop me. Even that little divine sea cultivator hiding in the corner could not prevent me from harming you if I wished to." After hearing this, Princess Dong Lifan's heart skipped a beat. She has been exposed. Few seconds later, a woman appeared from the corner, and walked next to the princess. She was middle-aged, however. All her hair had turned white. Her eyes displayed the fact that she had gone through a lot of things in her life. Wang Wei could tell that this middle-aged woman was probably close to reaching the limit of 300 years old of divine sea cultivators. However, she seemed to be able to maintain a somewhat youthful look. The middle-aged woman then bowed and said, "You has seen Your Excellency Wang Wei. I would also like to apologize on behalf of my disciple." "Master!" exclaimed Princess Dong Lifan. "Quiet, Funner. Didn't you notice that despite all the commotions in here, the guards outside never reacted and barged inside?" Then it suddenly dawned on Dong Lifan. With all the things that happened here, with the loyalty of her guards, they would immediately come to rescue her if they noticed something was wrong. After reprimanding her disciples, you looked at Wang Wei and asked, "Your Excellency, if you do not mind, why don't we chat over some freshly brewed tea?" Wang Wei looked up and down at you, then nodded. "It's true what the ancient said. Wisdom comes through age. I will gladly accept your invitation, Miss You. You did not mind the fact that a young man who could be her grandson called her Miss. The cultivating world is quite hierarchical. Whoever has the higher strength is the elder. As such, she said, "Your Excellency, you can just call me by name. No need for the formalities." "Well then, it'll be presumptuous. And you guys can call me young master." After a few pleasantries, you had her disciples brew some tea for the three of them. She clenches her teeth and takes out her most beloved and precious tea, one she acquired long ago in a secret realm after going through countless life and death situations. Even Princess Dong Lifan was very surprised when she saw her master take out her favorite tea. However, she did not say anything in front of Wang Wei and served the tea for all of them. After tasting the tea, Wang Wei secretly gave it a medium to low-level evaluation. However, he did not say anything out loud. Upon seeing that Wang Wei did not react to her tea, you was somewhat discouraged. Could it be that even one of my most valuable things is nothing to this person? Or is there something wrong with the tea? Secretly thought you. However, after looking at the intoxicated look on her disciple's face, she sighed and did not continue to think about such things. "Young Master Wang Wei, since you are from a higher realm, there must be a reason for you to appear in our world. Is it possible to explain to us?" After finishing a sip of tea, Wang Wei answered, "A group of capable young generations of our world were chosen to come to this world for a trial." "Group?" suddenly asked Princess Dong Lifan. "As in, there are more than one people like you?" "Yes, me and a few other people." "Are you and them in a group?" "Not all. We are competitors." "Of course not." "Are they all as powerful as you?" Wang Wei took another sip of his tea. Then he looked at Dong Lifan straight in the eyes. Suddenly, the princess felt a dread overcoming her every being, her every soul. She tried to use her dream ability to counter this feeling, but it was of no avail. She felt that her soul was about to be destroyed. When she was on the verge of breaking, Wang Wei removed his gaze from her and continued talking. "If you are done interrupting me, I can tell you all the information necessary. Different factions in my world sent their promising younger generation to this world to compete with each other as a trial. The purpose of this trial is quite simple. Establish a dynasty and compete for the luck of this world. As for other participants, there are many of them. However, the most powerful are me and 3 other people. I'm sure you have heard of them. Didn't your Eastern Reign Kingdom receive the changes that happened in the 3 central dynasties?" You then remembered a few years ago that her disciple received such information. At that time, the whole kingdom, not the whole world, was in uproar, especially when the Great Wei dynasty suddenly changed its name to Great Wu. "Young master, you mean that the changes of these 3 dynasties is because of the people from the higher realm like you?" "That's correct." After hearing the positive answer, you started to frown. From this little information, she could tell that heaven was about to change with the arrival of these people from other worlds. She looked at her disciple, who was as quiet as a scared bunny inside. Seeing the silent atmosphere of the room, Wang Wei realized that he might have gone too far with his previous warning. Without the princess participating in the conversation, things will not proceed smoothly. "Your Highness Dong Lifan, I apologize for my previous indiscretion. In order to make up for my fault, I will treat you to a delicacy from my world. After saying that, Wang Wei took out his own tea and started brewing it. Using a standard tea ceremony, he began to serve all three of them. Yu looked at Wang Wei's actions and was quite surprised on the inside. She noticed that in just a few actions, he used his strength to place her disciples in her place and insert his dominance in the conversation. Then, with an apology and some tea, he brought her into his good grace again. Yu realized that this young master was not only powerful, but also a person with a great and calculating mind. Furthermore, from the standard tea ceremony he just did, he must have received a strict aristocratic education. After serving the tea, Wang Wei explained with a smile. This is my favorite tea named Wuxia. It is a very rare thing even in my world. Please enjoy. Both Princess Dong Lifan and her master tasted the tea with anticipation, and they were not disappointed. The tea seemed to be able to play with their taste buds like a grandmaster of the qin. It catered to their very specific taste and desire. After a few minutes of drinking, a vast amount of blood qi overflowed from Dong Lifan's body. She was about to break through the divine sea realm. Just this single tea has made up for decades of practice for her. In fact, it was not just her who benefited from this tea. You also benefited a great deal. She has been stuck in the peak of the divine sea realm for hundreds of years. However, with this tea, she could tell that after seclusion, she would manage to succeed in breaking through the next realm after countless failures. When Dong Lifan was about to succeed, a powerful voice interrupted her. If I were you, I would not do this. After hearing this, the princess frowned deeply, then controlled her blood qi and stopped her breakthrough. If it was any other person who stopped her, she would fight him or her as if he or her was the killer of her parents. Upon seeing that Dong Lifan managed to withstand the temptation of increase in realm, Wang Wei's evaluation of her increased by a bit. As such, he continued to explain to her. Most people think that the body refining realm only has 9 layers, but they are wrong. The body refining realm has a total of 12 layers. The 10th layer is known as Saint Foundation, the 11th layer as the Supreme Foundation, and the last layer is known as Tao Foundation. After hearing this information, both Yu and Dong Lifan were shocked. This was the first time they have heard such a secret. No wonder cultivating in this world is so difficult. All of this time all of us have weak foundations. How could we reach higher realms? Muttered Yu under her breath with a hint of madness. Do you guys know the cultivation realm after the divine altar? We only know that it is called the transcending mortality realm, answered Dong Lifan with a lowered voice. Yes, this realm is mainly called the supernatural realm. After that, there are the divine body realm, primordial spirit realm, void shattered, saint supreme, and finally, becoming a great emperor. Great emperor. Oh, you guys have heard of a great emperor? After taking a deep breath, the princess explained. In our world, rumors of great emperors have circulated for countless millennia. However, no cultivators actually knew what a great emperor was. Some believed it to be a cultivating realm. However, the majority believed it to be the ruler of a great and large dynasty. As such, in ancient times, numerous people established states, kingdoms, and dynasties in order to one day become a great emperor. This situation has continued to this day. However, who would have thought that the great emperor was actually a cultivation realm? Wang Wei then nodded as he finally understood why this world was called Warring Kingdoms. After revealing this shocking information, the room fell silent for a good half-hour, after which, Princess Dong Lifan took a deep breath to calm herself down and asked, Young Master Wang Wei, I assumed the reason you came to see me was because you have decided to start your own dynasty on the territory of Eastern Rain Kingdom. Why should I help you? Chapter 95. Wang Wei smiled when he saw how quickly Princess Dong Lifan recovered from her shock and analyzed the situation. His evaluation of her increased quite a bit again. This goes back to the question I asked you when we first met. Do you think that your actions in the slum can save this kingdom? After heeding this, Dong Lifan remained silent. As such, Wang Wei continued. Although this country looks strong from the outside with its vast lands and powerful army, however, Any observant person can see that this kingdom is slowly crumbling from the inside. Both the royal family and the noble clans are slowly draining the life of the common people like mindless zombies. As long as they can continue their lavish lifestyles, who cares if the common people are suffering every day? No, maybe I should also call them untouchables like they do. After hearing the word untouchables, Princess Donglifan secretly clenched her teeth. Meanwhile, Wang Wei continued his narration. Not to mention the secret infighting between the noble clans and the royal family. In such a battle, the ones who are most affected are the common people. As for you, Your Highness, how many people can your weekly donations save? A few 100,000s? However, compared to this kingdom's population of 1 billion people, a few hundred of thousands of people is nothing. Not to mention the fact that your actions are merely treating a few symptoms, but not the root of the problem. After hearing this, Dong Lifan was quite calm. After taking and savoring another sip of tea, she asked, "You may be right, young Master Wang Wei, however, this is the best that I can do. I'm fully aware of this, Princess. I am not in any way diminishing your accomplishments. On the contrary, I'm lauding your actions given the circumstances you are in." "Thank you for your praise, young master. Nevertheless, this does not change the fact that I'm still wary of you people from the higher realms. Just the fact that you people are willing to use an entire world as a trial does not show that you are very kind people. Not to mention the fact that your arrival will plunge the entire world into war and turmoil. So I asked again, why should I help you?" Wang Wei took a sip of tea to moisturize his throat while secretly thinking that maybe he should have used a less expensive tea to entertain these people. After his meeting with Li Jun a few years back, his secret stash of tea is almost finished. After taking his sip, Wang Wei continued. "The world of cultivation is a brutal place where the strong prey on the weak. You of all people should be aware of this. The truth of the matter is that your world is incredibly weak, so it can be toyed with by more powerful worlds. You are lucky enough that all we did was use this world as a trial to train disciples. Out there in the endless void, there are many worlds like this one that are totally slaughtered after being discovered by a more powerful plane. As for the war and chaos of this world, well, let's be honest, this world was already like this when we found it. Our arrival would only intensify the conflict." After taking another sip of tea, Wang Wei said, "As for the reason you should help us foreigners, the answer is actually very simple: interest. As I said before, our purpose in coming into this world is to actually gather luck through the establishment of a fortune dynasty. In order to do so, all the trial participants will make it their mission to ensure that the luck of their dynasty flourished. And what is the best way to do so? Of course it is the common people. As long as a dynasty has a large population, the people can feed and clothe themselves, the people are educated and have wealth for the next generation. The luck of such a dynasty would be unimaginable." Both Yu Siyu and Dong Lifan started to imagine the world described by Wang Wei. They imagined how beautiful such a world would be. However, Princess Dong Lifan quickly woke up from her daydreaming and asked, "Young Master Wang Wei, what you say is beautiful and all, but what about afterwards? After you guys plunder the luck you needed for this trial, what will happen to the people of the dynasties you created?" "Princess, do not ask such a stupid question. As a member of the royal family, you should be aware of what happens if a ruler blatantly absorbs the luck of a dynasty. They will be backlashed by the dynasty's luck and suffer from karmic retributions." Wang Wei nodded after hearing her explanation, and continued to explain. "The truth of the matter is the fact that all of us that came to the trial came from powerful sects or dynasties with tremendous amount of luck. As such, wouldn't it be easier to just absorb the luck of our own faction? The answer is no. The reason for such is because we know the consequence of absorbing from such powerful luck. As such, we set our sight into a small world like yours due to the fact that the laws of karma are very weak here. As long as we establish a prosperous dynasty in this world, then we can absorb a bit of luck without suffering from karmic retributions. The more prosperous the dynasty we establish, the more luck we can take. After we leave, we will have settled our karmic debts. Although we stole a little bit of luck from this world, we return it with a powerful and prosperous dynasty. Our cause and effect are then settled." Upon hearing this, both Wuxia and Dong Lifan were shocked. They did not expect that a simple trial like this would involve such profound understanding and insight into the Tao of karma. Wuxia secretly sighed for the third time today. She sighed on how such a young generation of the higher realm have such deep understanding into the Tao. Compared to the cultivators of their world, after getting all the information she needed, Dong Lifan asked straightforwardly, "How can I help you, young Master Wang Wei? I'm here to make a deal with you." "Deal? What kind of deal?" "When the time is right, I need your highness to become my empress and rule the dynasty with me." After hearing this, both Wuxia and Dong Lifan were shocked. Then the princess said, "I did not expect that young Master Wang Wei was just like all the young masters of this kingdom and lusted after my beauty and prestige." Wang Wei looked at her and laughed out loud for a few seconds. "Did I say something wrong? After all of those eloquent speeches, didn't young Master Wang Wei just want to use me to buy the people's hearts?" Wang Wei took another sip of tea after finishing laughing. Then he said, "The fact that you are insinuating that I'm the same kind of person as those scums is probably the greatest offense that I have ever received in my life so far. As for me lusting after your beauty, let's put it that way, princess. In my life, I will probably have only one Tao companion that accompanies me through countless trials and tribulations. And you, princess, have not come even remotely close to fit my requirements for a companion." Wang Wei then paused for a moment to reheat the tea, while the princess had an unconvinced look on her face. After warming the tea, Wang Wei looked at the princess straight in the eyes and said, "Princess, you seem to have gotten something wrong. I do not need your help to take over this kingdom. As a matter of fact, this kingdom will fall in my hands one way or another. It is only a matter of time. The reason for asking for your help is to speed up the process and minimize the unnecessary casualties when I do so." Dong Lifan suddenly realized that this man was right. With this young master strength alone, maybe he could easily take over this kingdom. And there is a high chance that this person has other people behind to help him. And if that were to happen, there is nothing she could do to stop it. After thinking about this, cold sweat started to fall on her back. Suddenly Wuxia spoke and asked, "Young master, since you say that you are here to make a deal, there must be other benefits for Funner to help you." "Of course," said Wang Wei while thinking that old ginger is always spicier than young one. "As a reward for help, I will provide her with knowledge, pills and higher cultivation methods from my world. Additionally, as long as she helps me manage the dynasty properly, I can still promise to take her back to my world if she wishes to. Of course, as her master, you are also more than welcome to come with us." After hearing this, Wuxia wanted to immediately agree. This was an opportunity to forever change her life. However, she knew that this was an important decision for her disciples to make and did not say anything. After looking at her disciples' pensive look, she told Wang Wei, "Young Master Wang Wei, if you do not mind, could please give us a few days to consider?" After hearing this, Wang Wei nodded and answered, "No problem, I can give you a week to decide." After saying this, he stood up and looked at the princess. "In fact, you do not need to worry about the so-called marriage between us, as it is simply a deal. I can even swear a Tao oath not to force you to do anything that you did not want to. As long as you accomplish your official duties as the dynasty's empress, everything else will be fine." After saying this, Wang Wei moved quickly and instantly disappeared from the room, not forgetting to remove the isolation formation he previously placed in this room. Meanwhile, Princess Dong Lifan was thinking about the biggest decision of her life that will probably decide the fate of the entire Eastern Rain Kingdom, and maybe even the whole world. Chapter 96. After a week, Princess Dong Lifan and her master Wuxia met Wang Wei and his group in a private room of a restaurant. The princess was once again surprised. Although she could not tell the cultivation level of these people, however, given how respectful her master was to these young people, she could guess that they were in the same realm as young Master Wang Wei. Many of her previous skepticism were removed after this meeting, especially when she saw how beautiful both Wang Ju and Yan Liling were. She knew that young Master Wang Wei did not lie when he said he was not after her beauty. Inside, everyone was eating and drinking tea. After taking a sip of tea, Dong Lifen had an ugly look on her face. Ever since she tasted the Longxue tea, every other tea she drank tasted like piss to her. So princess, have you made a decision? Asked Wang Wei. Dong Lifen nodded her head and said, Yes, young master, after thinking about it, I decided to work with you. Wise decision. After saying this, Wang Wei waved his head to Wang Ju, who placed 3 things on the table: a book, 2 bottles of pills, and a brocade box. After opening the brocade box, 2 rings laid there. Then he explained, These 2 rings are space rings. I noticed that this thing is actually quite precious in your world, so this is the first gift I give you to show my sincerity to work with you. In these 2 bottles of pills, one contain blood-nourishing pills, which can increase your cultivation of blood qi by at least 3 times. In the second bottle, there is a very precious pill known as the Foundation Reinforcement Pill. As the name suggests, this pill can actually strengthen the foundation of a person. I have prepared this pill especially for your master. After she takes it, her normal foundation can increase to a holy foundation without having to abolish her cultivation and start over. Yu became excited as soon as she heard this. After knowing the secrets of the different foundations, she guessed that the young master will probably prove her disciple with a way to have a better foundation. However, she worried about herself. She had already stepped into the divine sea realm, and her foundation was already set. Her disciples told her to abolish her cultivation and start over. However, she could not make a decision. After all, she has been cultivating for more than 250 years. As such, it is not easy to just abandon everything just like that. Now, she did not have to make the decision. With this pill, she has hope for a better foundation, thus also hoped for reaching higher realms. Young master, these 2 things are indeed very precious, so I would like to thank you. I've always wanted a space ring of my own, however. Only royal father has one, and he refused to give it to me. What about the book? Asked the princess with a bright smile. This book will allow you to cast a supreme foundation. What about the Tao Foundation? You are very ambitious, suddenly said Yan Liling. Do you have any idea how precious such a book is even in our world? How many people would kill to have it? If any news of this method were to leak out, countless people would not hesitate to destroy this little world for it. Yan Liling's words woke up the princess from her moment of greed. She apologized and started to read the cultivation technique. However, a gleam of desire and determination flashed deep in her eyes. After going over the cultivation method briefly, she looked at Wang Wei and asked, Is this technique incomplete? Of course, princess. Although you and I entered an alliance, you have not made any accomplishment to our cause. How can I just hand you such a powerful cultivation method? Dong Lifen nodded. However, she was not happy about this. After noticing her mood, Wang Wei explained, You do not need to worry as long as you accomplish the task given to you. The rest of the technique will also be given to you. Furthermore, I specially chose a cultivation that perfectly matches your dream manifestation soul. This technique came from a very powerful sect in our world called the Eternal Dream Sect, and they have trained more than one great emperor that cultivates the Tao of Dream. Although this technique is not their best, it can also be considered in the top 20. The only reason that Wang Wei had access to this technique was due to the fact that the Eternal Dream Sect was a very close ally of the Tao Opening Sect. At one point, the 2 sects even exchanged scriptures as a form of alliance. Although they did not exchange emperor scriptures, many supreme-level methods were exchanged. Wang Wei read about a few of them in the library and remembered them. Young master, what do I need to do? Asked the princess after calming down from both disappointment and excitement. After hearing her words, Wang Wei took a few talismans from his space ring and separated them. This talisman is called the communication talisman, which is used for us to communicate no matter the distance. Oh, so it's like the flying pigeon hex. Flying pigeon hex? Seeing the confusion in Wang Wei's face, the princess explained that the so-called flying pigeon hex is actually what cultivators use in this world to communicate. After the explanation, Wang Wei understood that this pigeon hex is actually just another name for the communication talisman in this world, except that it transmits written letters instead of direct voice. As for the reason it has such a weird name, well, according to the princess, Since mortals use flying pigeons to send letters, the inventor of this talisman just used the same name. Wang Wei was speechless after hearing about this. Although he and his team have information about a lot of things in this world, it will take some time for them to adapt to the culture. Wang Wei took a moment to remove the distracting thought from his head. Then he explained the purpose of the other talismans to the princess. You need to place these talismans in different places of the capital city. Their purpose is to prevent any communication from formation or talismans from reaching there, essentially isolating the capital from the rest of the kingdom. In addition, princess, you need to use your own people to intercept any messengers coming from anywhere in the kingdom. If there is any information about our actions, you need to prevent it from reaching the royal family. And if you cannot stop the message, then at least reduce the level of threat we seem to pose to the upper echelons of the kingdom. After saying this, Wang Ju handed Dong Lifan a map of the places that the talismans need to be placed. Soon afterward, Princess Dong Lifan and her quiet master secretly left the restaurant. Few seconds after their departure, Yan Liling asked, "Big brother Wang Wei, do you really trust her just like that? What if she betrays us after gaining all the benefits?" "You do need to worry about this," responded Wang Wei. "I already have Wang Ju secretly monitor the princess at all times. And if she betrays us, then we just have to kill her. She is not that essential to the overall situation." Wang Wei was calm when he said this. To him, the princess was nothing but a way for him to speed up the process of capturing this kingdom. If she cooperates with him, he will not treat her badly. This could be seen by the fact that he used a precious supreme tier technique to motivate her. However, if she decides to betray him, he will not hesitate to kill her, then use more fierce and brutal means to capture this kingdom. "So, big brother, which place are we going to attack first?" asked Li Jun with a fierce fighting intent on his eyes. Wang Wei could swear that this guy began to look more and more like the ancient desolate emperor. "The borders are our main target first. I don't want this country to be breached by others while I'm slowly building power. As such, we must control all the border cities and states." After that, Wang Wei looked at Wang Ju and asked, "Did you get all the information I asked for?" Due to the limited time, we only gathered a few pieces of evidence. However, by the time we arrive at the borders, everything should be ready and prepared. "That's good. We have to hurry now given how much ahead a lot of our competitors already are." After that, Wang Wei and the three others journeyed for a whole half a month before arriving at the borders. The groups arrived at a city called Iron Wall City, which is a border city that prevents the advancement of the Iron Fist Kingdom. The Iron Fist Kingdom is famous in the eastern regions due to its mad monarch. The monarch believes that war is the only thing that can fuel the existence of humanity. Without war, a man cannot be considered a man. Without war, a man cannot be considered to be alive. As such, the Iron Fist Kingdom is always fighting with its neighboring kingdoms. What's even worse is the fact that the majority of the people of the kingdom actually agree with the Mad King. Wang Wei's first step of action is to take control of the Iron Wall City and establish a foundation before taking over the entire Eastern Rain Kingdom. Chapter 97. After arriving in Iron Wall City, Wang Wei was a little surprised. Just like the name implied, this city is surrounded by a massive wall that is at least 500 meters in height and more than 20 meters in width. The thickness of the wall was between 2 to 3 meters. Considering the backward technology of this world, Wang Wei was indeed a little surprised. It seemed that he underestimated the people of this world. After entering the city, Wang Wei's group met with generals 1 to 5, who had a head start from the group. There, Wang Wei received a map of the city and the general distribution of power. The entire city was divided into 4 districts: the Noble District, the Merchant District, the Common District, and the Military District. The Noble District is where the nobles and city lord live. It is the political center of this city. The Merchant District is where the majority of trades take place. As a border city, despite the constant war, trades between other countries often take place. Of course, the majority of these trades are technically illegal. However, merchants are people who pursue profit. As long as they can make money, there is nothing that they will not do. The Military District is where the border army is located. It is led by General Dongwu, a peak divine sea cultivator. He basically controls all the armed forces of this city. The common district is the largest area with the highest population, but also the one with least amount of wealth. Due to the fact that this city is constantly at war, the life of the majority people is used only as cannon fodder through constant recruitment into the army. However, they are willing because it is the only way for them to receive a little bit of food. Furthermore, as long as the population decreased to a certain number, a large number of new blood will be brought over from the hinterland of the kingdom. Another source of population was the refugees from other kingdoms that have lost their homes during the many wars. After reviewing the information, Wang Wei started his plan into motion. Soon, a rumor of someone handing food and clothes 5 days later spread throughout the common district. Many people became excited at the prospect of finally having something to eat. On the day publicized by the rumors, Wang Wei stood in front of a stall with countless food. He hired a few people to hand out the food and a few people to pose as an army to make sure that the people did not fight over the food. This altruistic act of Wang Wei continued for half a year. During this time, he will go distribute food to the poor almost every week. On top of that, Wang Wei opened up schools to teach people how to write and read. Throughout this time, he preached to the people the concept of benevolence and self-worth. He told them that they have the right to pursue their goals and dreams, and that they are not the so-called untouchables that the nobles called them. With his actions and constant preaching of a positive message, Wang Wei's popularity among the common people rose like a comet. The people gave him the title of the Wise Sage. Of course, during the process, there were some minor problems. When the nobles heard what he was doing, they sent someone to warn him. Education was the main way that these nobles kept their power over the common people. How could they allow someone else to make it universal? After Wang Wei ignored their warning, they sent all kinds of assassins to eliminate him. Unfortunately for them, none of these assassins came back alive. Military District, General Mansion. A burly man with a scar on his face sat in an office reviewing a bunch of papers. The man exuded a stench of blood. A powerful fiend qi was coming out of his body. This was General Dongwu, commander of the Iron Wall City. After reviewing the information that his advisor handed to him, one piece of information caught his attention. Who is this wise sage? Do we have any information on him? Sir, the only thing we know is the fact that this person is also a very powerful cultivator, but he has been doing good deeds in the common district, answered the advisor, who resembled a weak scholar. However, he had a shrewd look deep in his eyes. This person's prestige is too high and it is very easy for him to incite a rebellion among the people. Why didn't I hear about this sooner? Sir, as soon as I noticed this person, I sent the information to you. However, you were busy fighting the Iron Fist Kingdom at the fortress, so I never received any news back. I did not dare to make any decision on my own. The people of the Iron Fist Kingdom were crazy again, so I was a little occupied. However, now that I know about this, it's time to put an end to this so-called wise sage. Send the Blood Wolf army to surround him and execute him in the spot. There is no need for that, I'm already here. Both General Dongwu and his advisor were shocked by the sudden voice that intruded into the room without them even realizing it. Who dares to trespass in this general's resting place? Roared General Dongwu with all his strength. Soon he saw a handsome gray hair and gray eyes teenager slowly walking towards them. His heart suddenly skipped a beat, as he had a feeling that something terrible was about to happen to him and this city. General Dongwu trusted his instinct very well as it saved him from countless life and death situations during his expeditions. Wang Wei looked at the general and said, "You are quite flexible in your thinking, using this roar to alert your subordinates that something has gone wrong. Unfortunately, it is of no use." After saying this, Wang Wei released a powerful aura that forced both General Dongwu and his advisor to kneel. Then he sat in a chair waiting. After half an hour, he felt that someone had intruded in the isolation formation that he placed on this room. When he looked up, he saw Li Jun and 5 other people walking inside the room with blood all over their armors. "Is everything done?" asked Wang Wei. "Yes, big brother. With General 1 to 5 infiltrating the army, we were able to easily control more than 90% of the army. And like you ordered, we tried to minimize the casualties to the lowest number possible. What about the remaining 10%? They are all people who are deadly loyal to General Dongwu. As such, we have arrested them, waiting for you to decide what to do with them. Wang Wei nodded and looked at the 5 generals beside Li Jun and said, "You guys did a good job this time. Keep it up and soon you will be rewarded." General 1 smiled and answered, "We are only doing our job, young master. Furthermore, this task was easier than it seemed. With advanced military training methods and sufficient rewards, it was quite easy to have the majority of men be only loyal to us. Additionally, Advisor Zhao Feng made the process a lot more smooth." Wang Wei nodded in agreement, then looked at the advisor next to General Dongwu and praised, "You hold up the end of your bargain, now it is my turn." After saying this, he removed the pressure on Zhao Feng and took out a book and a space ring and handed it to him. Meanwhile, General Dongwu was both shocked and furious. You betrayed me. After everything I've done for you and all the things we have gone together, you betrayed me for a book and a ring?" However, Zhao Feng just looked at Dongwu and sneered at him. Then he started to read the book like it was the most precious jade in existence. No, maybe even the purest of jades could not compare with this book. Meanwhile, Wang Wei completely ignored the brother betrayal drama that these two were putting on. He asked Li Jun, "Is there anything else that we need to take care of?" "Yes, big brother. Although we have taken control over the military of this city, there is still another army positioned at a fortress a few hundred meters from this city. They are the main force fighting against the Iron Wool Kingdom, and we need to take control of them as soon as possible." After hearing this, Wang Wei nodded and looked at General Dongwu. "Do you want to live or die a very miserable death?" The general answered with a very calm look on his face. "You can kill me if you want, but I will never succumb to anyone. You people just wait. The royal family will never tolerate rebellious officials." After seeing the firm determination in this man's eyes, Wang Wei knew that this person would never betray his kingdom for his life. So he changed tactics. "General 2, bring him to Wang Ju and tell her to use hypnosis and have him write an edict that transfers the military power of the fortress to General 1. Also tell her to keep him alive. We may need him in the future." Of course, Wang Wei could have done it himself with his powerful soul. However, what is the point of having subordinates if he has to do everything by himself? With Wang Ju's divine body cultivation, she is more than capable of doing this. Although her cultivation is sealed, she still has a powerful soul because of her realm. Over the years, after starting to cultivate, Wang Wei has discovered that he has a natural talent when it comes to controlling the soul. This was shown when he used his powerful soul to easily intimidate the princess during their conversation. He guessed that it has to do with the fact that he spent countless years floating in the void in the form of a soul, when he was swallowed by the space cracks back on Earth. After giving his order to General 2, Wang Wei looked at General 1 and asked, "Do you know what to do?" "No problem, young master. Give me 3 months, no 2 months, and I will have the entire fortress under my command." "Very good. All of you can go rest now. Tomorrow we can finish discussing our future plans." Chapter 98. In the next few days, Wang Wei's group slowly started to reorganize the military district and thoroughly control it. Wang Wei was lucky because he soon realized that General Dongwu was a person obsessed with power, especially when it comes to military or force. In the entire Iron Wall City, the general controls any group that can be considered to be armed force. From the daily patrol of the city to the guards standing on the wall, from the martial art halls to the lawless gangs in the city, his hand reached in every aspect of these things. Even the escort service that merchants used to protect their goods had General Dongwu's secret hand behind the scenes. Due to this, he essentially rendered all the nobles powerless. The only force that the nobles of Ironwall City have are the guards that they secretly trained. Even then, the nobles were forced to control the number in order not to warn the general. However, as a compromise, General Dongwu handed all the political and economical power of this city to the nobles as long as they do not interfere with the military's livelihood. Inside the general's manor, Wang Wei was reviewing a lot of information about the city situation when 3 people walked into his room. Without raising his head, he asked, Wang Ju, did you accomplish the task I gave you? Yes, young master. General Dongwu was hypnotized and wrote the edict. General Wan already left for the fortress. However, despite many torture, the general refuses to acknowledge his allegiance. It's not just him that is stubborn. Many of the soldiers in the army are loyal only to him and also refuse to obey our orders. Added Li Jun. Wang Wei thought for a few seconds before ordering to just execute these disobeying soldiers. However, he still kept Dongwu alive. Given the fact he has the same last name of this kingdom's royal family, he might be useful in the future. After that, Wang Wei asked Yan Liling if she had anything to report and she answered, Big brother Wang Wei, we are running out of money, food and spiritual materials. With the good deeds we did in the past 6 months, most of our wealth is almost gone. With you asking me to crush a few nourishing pills and add it to the food we serve the people of the common district, a lot of spiritual ingredients were used in the process. Not to mention we had to secretly provide General 1 to 5 with special pills to bribe or woo the soldiers. Most of the gold, silver, and food we stole on our way from the capital is almost gone. Why did we have to put nourishing pills in the food we distributed in the common district? Suddenly asked Li Jun. Well, it is because we need to train a strong army as fast as possible. The majority of people in the common district are weak, thin and malnourished. However, they are still the main place necessary to recruit troops in the future. With the nourishing pills, a lot of strong men were brought back to peak physical conditions in just a few months, and many young people had established a strong foundation. As such, when we recruit troops there, not only will the people easily accept being enlisted, it will be easier and faster to train them into a powerful and usable army. Everyone nodded after figuring out Wang Wei's process. As such, Li Jun added, Back in the sect, I've trained an army of cultivators before, but I have never trained a mortal army before. This should be an exciting experience. With these healthy people, it will be much easier for them to train in the military's martial arts. Wang Wei agrees with Li Jun. This world's martial arts make it easier to properly train an army, especially resources-wise. Training a cultivating army takes countless time and resources. This is the reason that only the Blood Wolf army under General Dongwu is made up of cultivators. After pondering for a while, Wang Wei said, You do not need to worry about the problem of money and materials. My next step of action will solve our problems. After saying this, Wang Wei ordered Wang Ju to proceed to the next step of the plan. A few days later, Merchant District, in a public square, General 2 and 3 brought an elite group of soldiers. In front of them stood numerous merchants waiting. Then General 5 started reading out loud an edict drafted by General Dongwu. As soon as he finished, a commotion appeared among the merchants. What? We have to hand 90% of our food and gold to the army. It hasn't been a year since the last food draft, and now, you are already asking for more. Last time we only had to offer 60% of our food, and now you are asking for 90%? On top of that, you guys are also asking for our gold. How can we make any profit with how things are being run in this city? Countless people started arguing and denouncing General 2 and 3 for being ruthless. All the merchants were not happy. So you guys are not willing to hand over the food and gold? Can I see your actions as an act of rebellion against General Dongwu's order? Said General 2 with a killing intent in his eyes. Following him, the soldiers behind him also released their killing intent. As elite soldiers that have experienced countless slaughter, their killing intents were not something that a bunch of rich and fat merchants could bear. So the majority of them lowered their heads and decided to hand over their stored food, gold and spiritual materials. However, a few people refused to back down. To them, money was more important than their life. Without hesitation, General 2 ordered the soldiers to slaughter the people that resisted and confiscated all their wealth. After seeing the massacres of their fellow merchants, the rest of them became obedient and did not hide anything. As for those who thought they were smart and decided to hide the amount of wealth they had, they were soon discovered under the investigation of General 2 and 3. These people suffered the same fate as the disobedient ones. These were all Wang Wei's orders. He had no sympathy for these merchants who leached on the life of the common people. If it was not due to the fact that these merchants were a necessary part for him to build a prosperous dynasty, he would have taken all of their wealth instead of leaving 10% to them. However, the same cannot be said for the nobles of this city. If the merchants are just a chronic disease, then the nobles are malignant tumors. They all need to be destroyed. And that is exactly what Wang Wei did. After securing the logistics of his team, he sent all the troops available in his hands to encircle the noble district and arrested all the nobles there. Then, in front of all the people of the common district, he showed them evidence of the crimes that these nobles had committed. With a recording crystal brought from his own world, Wang Ju and his spy group recorded all kinds of atrocious crimes. From raping, murder, selling children, and distributing drugs to the common people to get them addicted and prevent them from rising. Some nobles even had some sick habits like eating people and children. All these crimes were exposed to the people. With this evidence and Wang Wei's prestige as the wise sage, the people were incited to revolt against the royal family. Taking advantage of this moment of excitement, Wang Wei recruited many strong and healthy male into the army. Then he spent another year and a half training a proper army. With General Wan taking over the Iron Fortress, Wang Wei used the battle between the Iron Fist Kingdom to quickly hone the fighting abilities of his new army. Through constant battles, in just a year and a half, these new soldiers turned into elite under the precise guidance of Li Jun. After that, Wang Wei officially launched his rebellion. In just 3 years, he had captured 12 of the 72 states of the Eastern Reign Kingdom. Wang Wei had to admit that the Princess Dong Lifan did a terrific job in keeping the royal family in the dark. She managed to buy him more than 5 years of time. However, the news was soon leaked and the royal family acted strongly and swiftly after that. One day, while in the army barracks and reviewing information about the progress of the army's marching, Wang Wei suddenly felt a powerful aura heading in his direction. He left his office and looked in the direction of the aura. There, he saw an old man quickly approaching them. He could tell that this old man was a divine altar realm cultivator. Well, the response was quite intense, muttered Wang Wei as he could tell that this man was most likely one of the ancestors of the royal family used as a powerful deterrent. Just the fact that they were willing to wake him up from his seal showed that the royal family took their rebellion very seriously, and ought to use the swiftest means to put it to an end. Chapter 99. Wang Wei looked at the approaching old man with a calm face. He did not care for the fact that this person was in the divine altar. He could see at a single glance that this person had only about 100 divine veins engraved on his altar. Meanwhile, he had 360 divine veins. In the divine altar realm, a cultivator can have a maximum of 365 divine veins. More than 90 veins were considered the middle of the realm, more than 180 veins were considered the high of the realm, while more than 270 were considered the peak of the realm. In the last 7 years he spent waiting for the trial to begin, he had already entered the high divine altar realm. Meanwhile, in the past 5 years in this plane, he managed to reach the peak using a lot of the origin sources he brought back from the sect. Wang Wei also knew that he was not the only one who had reached such a cultivation level. Both Li Jun and Yan Liling had reached the peak of the divine altar realm, with only a few divine veins behind him. Thinking about this, Wang Wei realized that he has been cultivating for almost 50 years now, making him technically in his 60s. If you add the near 30 years from his past life, he is an old man in his 90s. At this age, he should have grandkids and maybe even great-grandkids. Yet, in the world of cultivation, he is still nothing but a toddler. While Wang Wei's mind was drifting faster than a whipped horse, the cultivator of the royal family soon arrived. It was an old man with a long face, squinty eyes and white beard. However, he was very skinny, almost to the point of his bones appearing under his black robe. Wang Wei knew that this was a result of him sealing himself to continue his almost finished lifespans. When Dong Si arrived, he saw a young and handsome boy with gray eyes and hair waiting for him. He frowned because he could not tell the cultivation level of this person. However, with the obvious physical features, he realized that this person was the wise sage that incited the rebellion and his target this time. However, things seemed to be more tricky than he previously imagined. And things got worse for Dong Si. Soon he saw another young boy coming out to meet. This person had a terrible fighting intent deep in his eyes. What's worse was the fact he could feel the aura on this boy, and it was similar to him, the divine altar realm. To be specific, the aura was even more powerful than him. However, Dongxi did not back down despite the odds being against him. Wise sage Wang Wei, god of war Li Jun, I assumed, said Dongxi with a hoarse and powerful voice. Are you one of the ancestors of the Dong royal family? Asked Wang Wei. That is correct. You can address me as Dongxi. Old man Dongxi. Can I call you that? I'll just call you that. Old man Dongxi. I can honestly see that it is quite difficult for a person like you to reach such a realm in a low plane like this one. Wouldn't it be a shame to just die like this, for no reason? How about this? I'll provide you with a pill that will extend your life for 5 to 10 years, then you work for me. And if you do not wish to betray the royal family, that's fine too. I can still give you the pill, as long as you can convince the other ancestors and the king to stop resisting and peacefully hand over the kingdom. I can promise to provide the same pills to the dying ancestors, and I can promise to provide a place for the royal family in my new dynasty. Of course, that is if they follow the laws that I made. Otherwise, Old man Dongxi was not surprised by the way Wang Wei talked about their world. Throughout the years, many kingdoms of this world have gotten the news of a bunch of extraterrestrial demons that have invaded their world. Each of them seemed very young and powerful, and they all have the same objectives: establishing their own dynasty. Many kingdoms have chosen to bow and swear their allegiances to these extraterrestrial demons, while others decided to fight them and capture them to extract information about their world from them. Unfortunately for Dongxi, the Eastern Rain Kingdom has decided to fight no matter the outcome. As such, despite the fact that he was tempted by the offer, he still refused. He was born and trained by the royal family. Even when his lifespan reached its end, it was the family that used the precious sealing array and bloodstones to allow him to enter deep sleep and prevent him from dying. As such, he will use his last remaining breath to do something meaningful for the kingdom before his death. Dongxi sighed and began to mobilize his origin qi. He then bit the tip of his tongue and forced out a drop of deep red blood. It was his blood essence or source blood. At the very least, the tiny last bit he had left. The next moment, his body became even more thin. His ribs could be easily seen and he looked like even the wind could easily break him. However, Dongxi did not care about this. When he came here, he was prepared not to return. After which, he took out the gourd that was hanging from his side and dropped the blood essence into the gourd, which immediately started to shine. The aura on the gourd increased from a top-tier profound grade magical weapon to a low-tier earth grade 1. After seeing this, Wang Wei also sighed and waved his head to the side. Then Li Jun also took an earth grade weapon, but his was a spear. Li Jun then walked toward Dongxi and waited for him to finish preparing. He has this level of confidence in himself. After finishing his preparation, Dongxi waved his hand, and the gourd spewed out a large amount of water heading straight to Li Jun. With hesitation, Li Jun mobilized his origin qi and coated his spear with it, which in turn lit up the color red. He stabbed the oncoming water. With a boom sound, both the attacks clashed, which resulted in powerful winds destroying the surrounding 100 meters. Meanwhile, Li Jun was quite surprised at this attack. He thought this was just normal water or elemental attack. After fighting in the army the past 3 years, he realized that the cultivators in this world focused heavily on spells or origin ability instead of martial arts. Although they cultivate the origin path like the cultivators in the Myriad Emperor world, they seem to have separated the spell and the martial arts of the origin system. When they fight, the cultivators of this world usually use all kinds of spells from a far distance and do not really fight head-on. To Li Jun, this approach is very stupid given how much origin qi is drained when using spells in the early stage of the origin system. Especially when most cultivators in this world are in the divine sea realm and cannot control the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Without the ability to control spiritual qi in the environment, cultivators have to use their own origin qi to make spells more powerful, thus rapidly draining their qi. Adding the fact that most cultivators in the world only have a normal foundation when they break through the divine sea realm, the amount of origin qi in their body is already pitiful. Yet they still used it in such a wasteful way. Most of them cannot continue to fight after using a few dozen spells. This is also one of the reasons that mortal martial arts has such a high status in this world. As long as the martial artist's body is strong enough, he could kite a cultivator until their origin chi ran out and fight them head-on. Back to the fight. After Li Jun clashed head-on with the water, he realized that this particular water was actually heavy. The whole thing has a weight of a couple of 100,000s of kg. As such, after the initial clash, Li Jun was forced backward by Dong Si. However, he was not really affected. He mobilized the divine veins in his altar, which he modeled after the battle tower in the sect, and controlled the spiritual chi in the air. He stabbed his spear again. This time, however, he exploded the spiritual chi at the tip of his spear, effectively scattering the water all over the air. Then he rushed towards Dong Si. However, old man Dong Si had many experiences fighting with martial arts that came close to him. As such, without hesitation, he used his gourd, who suddenly expanded in size and blocked Li Jun's attack. Then he used the shockwave of the weapon clashing to distance himself from Li Jun, while at the same time regathering the scattered water he had previously used. Dong Si spit a mouthful of blood, but ignored this, then quickly chanted a spell. The water turned into a dragon and flew towards Li Jun. Li Jun stabbed his spear again. Then a 15 meters long red spear image came out of his weapon and flew towards the dragon. Boom! The air trembled and exploding sound echoed in the plain they were fighting in. Even the citizens and soldiers inside the city a few hundred meters away could hear the sound of the explosion. The water dragon was once again dispersed, however, before Li Jun could make another move. The scattered water turned into marble-like size and started falling downwards. Li Jun immediately felt something was wrong, as the color of the water had turned black. Without hesitation, he covered himself with his origin chi and started blocking the black rain. Li Jun moved his spear very fast, blocking every single drop of water that came at him, thus creating countless after images of his spear moving. After the rain stopped falling, old man Dong Si was breathing really hard. Meanwhile, Li Jun looked terrible. His clothes had many holes and he looked like a beggar. In fact, he was not even the slightest injured due to his origin chi protecting him. However, the same cannot be said for his clothes. Li Jun looked at the ground around and noticed countless marble-sized holes in a diameter of 50 meters around. It looked like a mole digger had done quite the number in the environment. Li Jun looked at Dong Si and said, "It seems that I have underestimated the cultivators of this world. Alright, let's end this charade." After saying that, Li Jun moved and appeared a few meters behind Dong Si. Although he looked like he teleported, this was just due to the fact the moved so rapidly that the normal eyes could not notice. In fact, even Dong Si did not notice how Li Jun moved instantly behind him. However, his many years of experience could feel the threat from his backs, so he tried to protect himself and move out the way. Unfortunately for him, it was too late. Li Jun mobilized his killing intent and imbued it into his spear, then threw it at Dong Si. Old man Dong Si only heard the sound of the air whistling. Then he knew he was in danger. He tried to mobilize his origin chi to protect him and buy him enough time to dodge, but a sudden killing intent entered his divine si and started to destroy his origin chi. Without the time to dodge and any protection, the spear effortlessly pierced Dong Si into his heart from the back, making him throw up another mouthful of blood. However, it did not stop there. The force of Li Jun's spear carried Dong Si's body and traveled in the air for more than 100 meters before hanging his already dead body on the wall of the city. Chapter 100. Wang Wei watched the whole fight with satisfaction. Although Li Jun underestimated his opponent, it did not matter, as long as he learned from his mistake. Furthermore, he recognized that the last spear throw was actually a move from the Heaven Fighting Scripture, the Emperor Scripture created by the Battle Maniac Emperor. It allowed Li Jun to easily manipulate things like fighting will or killing intent. In the later stage, it can easily turn these concepts into physical manifestations instead of just spiritual ones. After the fight, the two of them returned to the city and calmed the citizens who were previously panicking. After that, both Wang Wei and Li Jun entered the main barrack to discuss the next military strategies. After the royal family discovers their actions, the fighting will intensify dramatically. Inside the room, there was a map of the Eastern Rain Kingdom and a sandbox of the terrain of the next city they are about to attack. On the map, the kingdom was divided into layers. A group of cities together formed a county, and a bunch of counties created a state. Together, 72 states formed the entire Eastern Reign Kingdom. On the map, 12 of the states had pins on them, indicating they had been conquered. After entering the barrack, both General 4 and 5 saluted Wang Wei and Li Jun. "How is the situation on the border?" asked Wang Wei. "Still stable. General 1 has prevented the Iron Fist Kingdom from breaching into our borders after they discovered the current state of the kingdom. General 2 has recently fought against the Barbarian Wolf Kingdom. They also seem to have the intention of intervening while we are still fighting with the royal family. As for the border of the territory of the Black Moon sect, General 3 has sent news that the sects seem to be very quiet. There is a chance that they might want to reunite with the other kingdoms and attack us from the rear." Wang Wei pondered for a moment. Due to the vast land of the Eastern Reign Kingdom, it has 3 borders in the western side: the Iron Fist Kingdom, the Barbarian Wolf Kingdom, and the Black Moon sect, who also controlled a vast amount of territory. After a brief moment, he ordered, "Tell General 3 to start attacking the territory of the Black Moon sect to distract them. He has to make sure that these 3 kingdoms do not form an alliance no matter the circumstances. As for the other 2, tell them to keep the defense as tight as possible until we manage to conquer the entire kingdom." After checking that he did not oversee anything, Wang Wei asked, "What about Wang Ju? Any news from her?" "Yes, young master," answered General 5 this time. Miss Wang Ju reported that she has taken control over all of the brothels under young lady Su Ai, and has managed to spread them throughout the rest of the world. According to her report, in just 2 to 3 years, she can cover all the kingdoms in this world. Wang Wei nodded with a smile on his face. Wang Ju always did her jobs properly and to the utmost satisfaction. A few seconds later, someone came to notify Wang Wei that someone was looking for him. With a puzzled look, he asked to bring the person in. Soon a beautiful woman with a charming smile walked inside the meeting room. As soon as she entered, both Generals 4 and 5 seemed to have lost their minds. Their eyes could not separate from her, and few drooling saliva fell from their mouths. If it was not Li Jun to slap them in the back of their head and wake them up, they probably would have further embarrassed themselves. "It seems that you have made your breakthrough, Miss Su Ai," said Wang Wei with a happy smile on his face. "Even so, my charm has no effect on you, young Master Wang Wei," answered Su Ai with a coquettish smile on her face. Seeing the nonchalant smile on Wang Wei's face, Su Ai was a little discouraged, but she did not show it. "I would like to thank you, young master, for providing me with all these resources. Without you, I will not be able to enter the divine altar realm so soon." "There is no need to thank me. Without you, we would not be able to have such a solid foundation in this world. As long as you work hard, you will be rewarded. Who knows, maybe one day, you could awaken your bloodline just like the Ten Tails Great Emperor, and be able to compete with me." After hearing this, Su Ai sighed with sadness and regret. The demon race is a race that places heavy emphasis on bloodline. And among the many bloodlines of the demon race, the bloodline of the Nine-Tail Fox race can only be considered medium. Although they are way much better than these demonic beasts that have to reach the supernatural realm, Tier 4, to even turn into human form, they are not even close to being the top in the demon hierarchy. What's even worse was the fact that all the women of the Nine-Tails Fox clan are very beautiful women. As such, they are always in demand by other demon clans with royal bloodlines, which are demons clans who inherited their bloodlines from great emperors. The Fox clan has survived countless years by offering their most beautiful woman to other demon clans. However, they always hope to one day become a member of the royal family themselves. And they had a great chance too. One time, a genius woman was born in the Nine-Tail Fox clan. Her name was Su Weiwei. After her birth, the clans tested her bloodline and discovered that it had mutated into 10 tails instead of 9. The entire clan celebrated and believed that she was the key for them to become a royal bloodline. As long as she manages to win the Heaven Will, then their Fox clan would rise and no longer be forced to serve the other demon clans. As such, they decided to hide Su Weiwei's talent. Unfortunately, she was eventually discovered. Many demon royal families then place pressure on the Fox clan to hand her over or face extinction. After much discussion, the majority of the Fox clan decided to hand over Su Weiwei. At this point in time, the Fox clan was so used to bowing their heads in front of the other clans that they were not willing to fight for the opportunity given to them, to fight for their clan's future, and they paid dearly for their decisions. Su Weiwei was not like the other Fox clans. She refused to spend the rest of her life being the plaything for some other demons. As such, after receiving the news that the clan had abandoned her, she escaped without hesitation. After receiving the news, the other royal families were furious and further threatening to annihilate the Fox clans. In order to make amends to the other clans, the elders of the Fox clan used bloodline origin spells to track Su Weiwei and led other demon clans to chase her. Since then, Su Weiwei's life has been constantly on the run. Everywhere she went, the demon clan would send someone after her. The running lasted for thousands of years or more. It wasn't until she became a saint that she managed to find a way to hide her bloodline powers and escape. After that, Su Weiwei disappeared in front of the world. Many people thought that she was either dead in a distant corner of the world or secretly captured by one of the demon clans in order to study the mutation of her bloodline. However, everyone was soon proven wrong. When the heaven will of that generation appeared, Su Weiwei once again showed and fought for it. With an unparalleled illusion technique, she easily killed all the heaven chosen of the demon races and suppressed all the ones from the human race. Then she bore the heaven will and proved the Tao. She took the name of Ten Tails Great Emperor. After becoming emperor, she did go on a killing spree or take revenge on the people who had pursued her all her life. No, she completely ignored them, even the Fox race. All she did after proving the Tao was preaching to the whole world, just like every other emperor has done. Then she vanished without a trace. The Ten-Tail Great Emperor can be considered the shortest ruling Great Emperor of the Myriad Emperor plane. As for the Fox Demon clan, well, it was a terrible loss for them. They lost the chance to further their bloodline and to have an emperor scripture. They essentially threw away their only chance at becoming a royal demon clans. After this incident, the other royal demons feared the bloodline of the Nine-Tail clan and went to great lengths to suppress them. Until this generation, with the help of the Tao opening sect and the decisiveness of their matriarch, the Fox Demon clan escaped to the central continent. After seeing Su Ai's sadness, Wang Wei realized that he might have poked a sore wound of hers, so he said, "Do not think of past things and look forward to the bright future. When I establish the dynasty, I will reserve a high position for you. That way, blessed with immense luck, it is possible for you to quickly cultivate to the peak of the divine altar realm, and even increase your luck." As soon as he finished saying this, he felt a sudden reminder and took out a talisman from his space ring. Immediately, he heard Princess Dong Lifen's words. "Young Master Wang Wei, you need to hurry up. I just received news that the royal family has sent a powerful cultivator to secretly attack Bless Wing City." "You mean Hard Rock City?" "You do not need to worry. I already fought and killed their envoy." "No, not Hard Rock City, Bless Wing City," answered the princess with anxiety in her voice. It was then that Wang Wei realized that he had made a grave error. He assumed that when the royal family heard about their existence, they would send someone directly to fight and kill him. However, war is not a game with rules. Who said that the enemy could only attack you where your troops are stationed? And this is exactly what the royal family did. Not only did they send someone after Wang Wei, but also sent someone to bypass their troops and attack the rear in a surprise attack. And they succeeded as Wang Wei was not prepared for such a move. Without hesitation, Wang Wei rushed towards Bless Wing City with all his strength, hoping to arrive in time to protect it. Chapter 101. Wang Wei ran with all his strength towards Bless Wing City. He used his powerful fleshly body and mobilized all his millions of kilograms of force to propel him forward. Boom! Like a cannonball, Wang Wei kept moving forwards. Everywhere he ran, powerful winds followed him by. When he passed by a forest, he did not stop nor evade the countless trees. On the contrary, his body just destroyed all the trees on his way. The wind that Wang Wei generated due to his fast movement blew away hundreds of trees in the forest. It was like a hurricane had just done a number on the places he passed by. However, Wang Wei was not happy with this speed. As such, he used his origin chi to further strengthen his legs. His speed then dramatically increased. All the people and animals in his way could not see his face, just a blurred figure followed by immense winds that could throw them away. Boom! With a loud explosion, Wang Wei broke the sound barrier. A cloud-looking vapor appeared behind him, then he accelerated again. Right now he was currently running at Mach 1, but Wang Wei still felt that he was not fast enough. He wished that he was in the supernatural realm right now and could fly. The weakest of supernatural realm cultivators in the Myriad Emperor plane could easily fly at Mach speed in the air, while he has to go through so much to reach such a speed. Or at the very least, he should have cultivated a technique that focused on increasing his speed. Wang Wei knows that one of the Emperor scriptures of the sect focus on speed, now regretting not cultivating it. It was at this moment that he realized his arrogance. Although having such a powerful fleshly body provided him strength, defense, and endurance similar to divine body realm cultivators, however, his mobility was quite subpar. However, he was so blinded by his increase in strength and ignored such obvious flaws. After sighing for a while, Wang Wei continued his rapid journey towards Blesswing's city. Meanwhile, Li Jun was following behind. He did not have the speed of Wang Wei, however, he could follow him due to the trace left behind. Li Jun could see straight tracks heading one direction and he followed it. Everywhere he followed, the ground was cut in the middle, leaving a visible trail. When he reached the forest, he saw the forest was completely destroyed. There were countless trees scattered everywhere. The majority of them seemed to be forcibly uprooted from the ground by a powerful force. Some of them were broken into countless pieces, as if they were hit really hard with a very dense and strong object. There were numerous blood and organs of animals scattered in the forest. Li Jun could guess that these animals appeared to be in the path of his big brother, and were killed by the force generated when they hit his body. With a sigh, Li Jun continued to follow the destructive trail left behind. Meanwhile, after more than 1 hour of rushing, Wang Wei finally saw Blesswing's city in his sight. He had to thank his ever-expanding divine sea, otherwise, he would never have lasted so long with how much origin chi he was using. A few hundred meters from the city, Wang Wei saw a yellow mist enveloping the entire city. Without hesitation, he rushed in. With a slight jump, he reached the top of the 200 meters city wall. However, his vision was obscured by the large mist. When the mist touched his skin, he could tell immediately that it was poisoned. However, it had no effect on his powerful fleshly body. However, a terrible feeling came over him. Without hesitation, he gathered his more than 10 million gene of force and threw a punch. Boom! With an exploding sound, the air exploded. Then following the sound, a powerful wind was generated by the force of the punch. This wind blew away the yellow mist or miasma that covered the entire city. However, it was perfectly controlled not to destroy anything else. After his vision was cleared, Wang Wei immediately entered the city. However, soon afterwards, his hand trembled a little before going back to normal. In front of him was a street with countless bodies laying down the floor. Upon closer observation, he saw a body with blood coming out of its mouth, nose, and ears. However, that was not the worst part. There were countless blisters on the skin of the body. No part was spare, whether it was the face, arms, and legs. The blisters had smelly brown pus coming out the blisters. After checking the body, Wang Wei realized that it was a woman, and something was under it. After slightly moving the body, he saw a baby underneath her. The baby had suffered the same fate as her with blood and blisters all over his body. However, unlike the mother, its eyes were still opened. Wang Wei then continued to check. And every single citizen in the city faced the same similar death, every single of the 6 million of them. All of them had a look of pain, agony, and unwillingness in their eyes. Wang Wei sighed after not noticing a single breath of life in the entire city. He blames a lot of these deaths on himself. As a future king, he promised his citizens to bring them a better life, to protect them from harm. However, he failed miserably. He always treated this war like a trial, like a game with rules and prohibitions that he needed to play. But what Wang Wei did not understand was that while this was indeed a trial, but to the people of this world, this was their livelihood, their futures, and their lives that were at stake. Any tiny mistake can cost them dearly, just like today. While checking the city, Wang Wei suddenly noticed a breath not far from it. Without hesitation, he rushed towards it. A few seconds later, he saw a beautiful woman walking in the opposite direction of the city. She had fair skin, nice curves, and cold and ruthless eyes that looked exactly like a snake. "Did you kill the people of the city?" asked Wang Wei with a very calm look on his face. The beautiful woman looked at Wang Wei with her dotted eyes and licked her mouth with her long and pointy tongue. "Gray hair and eyes, you must be the so-called wise sage. Seeing you here means that Dongxi has failed. What a weak man. Answer my question." Ho, there is no need to be so angry at the death of a few untouchables. In just a few years, they will easily replenish their loss. Also, this is war, people die all the time. After hearing this, Wang Wei did not hesitate anymore, and rushed towards this snake-like woman. However, she seemed to be prepared, and a red mist enveloped the approaching Wang Wei. However, he completely ignored it and ran to the woman and held her by the neck while she was trying to recite another spell. Without a moment of pause, he ripped her head out of her body along with her spine attached to it. Meanwhile, the snake woman's headless body started to gush out green and corrosive blood before falling in the ground. Wang Wei looked at her head that seemed to be still alive and wanted to say something. Then he squished it with both hands until it exploded blood all over him. Then he scattered her bones that had turned into sand particles into the wind. Without looking back, he returned to the city wall of Blesswing City, waiting and contemplating his next step of actions. Wang Wei spent the whole day standing on the wall without moving. The next morning, he saw Li Jun rushing towards the city on top of a flying demonic beast. Li Jun was solemn because he has never seen his big brother so somber. After checking the city, he was shocked and could not believe what happened. No, muttered Li Jun as he rushed into different houses of the city to check. However, the result was the same. Li Jun knelt in the ground, then started to punch it with all his strength. However, due to the fact that he did not use his origin chi, his hand and bones were damaged. Li Jun could not accept this. He was personally in charge of taking down this city. He remembered the happy look on the citizens when he distributed food and clothing in the city after taking it over. Many people thanked him and sent his family a blessing. Many children said they wanted to grow as strong as him in the future. Many bold women asked him if he wanted a concubine or maid. Many mothers entrusted their children to him when he enlisted the healthy man into the army reserves and city guards. He promised to bring them back intact. Or at the very least, he promised them respect and glory. However, now they were all gone, they were all dead. And they died so miserably too. And where could he find glory from this way of death? After a few moments, Li Jun lay down on the floor without a care about the dirt with a few tears falling down his eyes. Nevertheless, besides tears, a deep-seated hatred appeared in his eyes. Chapter 102. 5 days later, Wang Ju arrived in Blesswing City. A few days ago, she received an urgent message from the young master to hurry over to see him as soon as possible. After arriving in front of the city, the demonic beast she was riding fell to the ground, losing its breath forever. She looked at it and sighed. This was probably the 50th demonic beast that died due to exhaustion during her return journey. In order to rush here from the central regions, she kept changing beasts and rushed over without rest. If it was not due to her powerful cultivation, she herself might also die from exhaustion. Soon, someone greeted her and led to a meeting that was taking place. Inside, she saw Wang Wei sitting on a chair with a calm look on his face. Suddenly, Wang Zhe's heart skipped a beat. As a powerful cultivator, she was extremely sensitive. She suddenly felt a terrifying fury emanating from her young master. A fury strong enough to destroy everything between heaven and earth. She wondered who was the unfortunate fool to make the young master like this. Whoever it was, he or she was bound to pay a terrible price. As one of the people closest to him and knew him the best, she has only seen the young master this furious once. It was when he was young and caught one of the Wang clan branch members killing a maid for no reason. After that incident, she knew that person and all his family members immediately lost the Wang family surname, and all became mortals for the rest of their life. After seeing Wang Ju, Wang Wei began the meeting. First thing he did was to mention to Wang Ju what happened here. After receiving the news, Wang Ju was not that surprised. Despite her youthful appearance, she has lived quite a long time relative to mortals. In all her years, she has experienced quite a few things. Especially when she was competing for the jobs of head maid. The amount of physical and spiritual torture she experienced in order to become a qualified maid and information gatherer is known only to her. As such, she knows the horrors of war. In fact, she was aware of the mistake of the young master. As the person in charge of information, she is somewhat aware of the military plan and actions of the group despite being far away from them. She often attended military discussions through communication talismans. However, she did not mention it because she was warned by the elders not to interfere with the trial and just execute orders that were given. This trial is not only for the young master to gather luck, but a way to experience life and temper him through hardship. And what better way to learn and grow than making mistakes? As such, despite noticing the errors in their military deployment, Wang Ju did not say anything. After filling Wang Ju in the loop, Wang Wei began his next plan. He looked at Li Jun and Yan Liling, who still had puffy eyes, and said, "No more playing around. This war needs to end, and it needs to end quickly. When you guys attack from now on, there is no need to let the army fight each other to decide the outcome. Use your powerful cultivation to directly kill the commanders of the army, open the city gates, and subjugate the enemy's army. And if they resist, you can use force to subdue them." Although Wang Wei knew that the majority of the people in the armies are ordinary commoners and are mostly forced, he decided to use fast and brutal means to end this war. And if a few more casualties are necessary to achieve this, then so be it. After that, Wang Wei looked at Wang Ju and ordered, "I need you to go to the capital and monitor the whole royal family at all times. Make sure that not a single one manages to leave or escape. Do not hesitate to break the seal in your cultivation if needed." Wang Wei had a fierce killing intent in his eyes when he said this. He did not plan to let any of them leave alive when he got to them. After the meeting, Wang Wei and the group left for a monument in the middle of the city. It was made of 9 huge rocks that were cut smoothly. Many names were engraved on them. 12. 6 million names to be exact. Due to the large number of people dead, Wang Wei could not bury them all. So he burned the bodies and set up this monument as a memorial. After lighting 3 sticks of incense, Wang Wei bowed and said, "All of you can go in peace, as I swear to avenge you. I hope that when all of you reincarnate from samsara, you can all be born into the prosperous dynasty that I'm going to establish. And if not, then may all of you be blessed with health and fortune in your next journey." After the funeral, all the people of the group set out with their own army. Whether it was Wang Wei, Li Jun, Yan Liling, or General 4 and 5. Meanwhile, Wang Ju headed straight into the imperial capital. After a few days of marching, Wang Wei arrived in front of another city. There, he saw a legion fully armed with spears and shields waiting for him. A brief scan showed that there were more than 250,000 soldiers. Meanwhile, the commander was a man that looked like he was in his late 30s with a bearded face waiting for him. He donned a golden armor with a magical halberd by his side. The commander looked at the tired army behind Wang Wei, sneered at this so-called wise sage for making such a big mistake, as marching his army without proper rest. He does not know why the royal family values these rebels so much. Wang Wei looked at the well-trained and well-equipped army. Then he said to the commander, "I do not know who you are, but as long as you surrender, I can still spare your life." Despite the fact that he did not yell or roar, his voice echoed throughout the entire plain, reaching every single member of the enemy's army and his own. The commander frowned as he could tell that this person was actually a powerful cultivator. Even with his peak river origin cultivation level, he could not do such a thing, nevertheless doing it so effortlessly. However, he did not care. It was not the first time that he has used number tactics to kill powerful cultivators. Upon seeing that the commander did not take his warning, he addressed the army directly instead. "The same goes to all you soldiers. There is no need to die in vain for these nobles who treat all of you like objects that can be thrown away anytime. All of you have mothers, wives, or children waiting for you back home. I give you my words that as long as you put down your weapons, I will spare your lives and allow you to return home. You should have heard my reputation as the wise sage. I always keep my words." After hearing this gentle and powerful voice in their ears, many soldiers hesitated and wondered whether to just surrender in order to save their lives. After all, they had no real stake in this war. However, the commander was an experienced veteran and immediately screamed, "Whoever becomes a deserter will suffer from military law, and even your families will not be spared." The soldiers then immediately removed the dangerous thought in their heads. The life of their families was now at stake. After seeing this, Wang Wei did not immediately give up, and released a powerful aura to force the soldiers to submit and surrender. However, as previously stated, the commander was a veteran in war. Without hesitation, he gave an order and a bunch of drums started to beat out loud in the battlefield. Then, a red hue appeared above the soldiers, effectively blocking Wang Wei's aura. This hue was the manifestation of the soldier slaughter aura or qi. The kingdom has developed ways to use the aura of slaughter of ordinary soldiers to defend against powerful cultivators. After seeing this, Wang Wei sighed and did not say anything again. Without hesitation, he rushed towards the army. His speed was so fast that he left countless after images on his trail. Then, countless arrows headed straight towards him. There were so many of them that they covered sunlight from the clouds for a brief moment. However, Wang Wei did not care. He mobilized his divine veins and controlled the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, and covered himself with a shield. All the arrows just bounced off Wang Wei's shield made of spiritual qi. After seeing this, the commander ordered the archers to all shoot at once instead of using the volley fire tactic. However, it was of no use. None of the attacks can breach the shield. Meanwhile, Wang Wei did not stop rushing when he confronted the shield formation of the Eastern Kingdom's army. He crashed head-on with them and ultimately, he was the winner. All the shield and armor made of steel-like metal were crushed when hit with his fleshly body. As for the soldiers, they shared the same fate as their weapons. Many of them exploded into flesh and bones after the initial impact, while others were thrown away by the wind generated by Wang Wei's rapid movement. Leaving a trail of flesh and blood in his wake, Wang Wei headed straight for the commander without stopping. When Wang Wei reached less than 1,000 meters from him, the commander panicked and ordered a special army that was very close to him to attack with all their strength. Following which, Wang Wei found countless origin abilities were launched at him. There was fire, water, vines, lightning, and ice that covered the sky like the end of the world in an apocalypse movie. Upon seeing this, he guessed that this was an army made of cultivators. However, Wang Wei did not care. These attacks did not even break through his spiritual qi shield, let alone his fleshly body. Countless explosions happened when these attacks hit Wang Wei. Many of the soldiers became casualties due to friendly fire. However, none of the attacks had any effect. Whether it was the high temperature of the fire, the freezing effects of the ice, the numbing and paralyzing effects of the lightning, or the entanglements of the vines, none of them could stop Wang Wei. As such, he continued to rush towards the commander. Less than 100 meters away from his destination, countless walls rose up from the ground and surrounded the commander to protect him. Nonetheless, the result was still the same. Wang Wei's fleshly body pierced the more than 10 meters thick wall and headed straight for the commander. Meanwhile, in the brief period of time that these walls bought him, the commander calmed himself down and prepared his weapon to fight back. When he saw the wise sage coming out the walls without his shield, a glimpse of happiness appeared on his face and attacked with all his strength with the halberd in his hand. However, to the shock and horror of the commander, Wang Wei just blocked his attack with his bare hand. This was truly a horrifying experience for the commander. This weapon was his hidden card as it was a low-level Earth-grade weapon that he got by chance. This weapon was so precious that he almost could not keep it. Many of the elders in his family wanted him to hand it over to the clan. If his father did not intervene and use the fact that this weapon was bound to his soul, he might not be able to keep it to this day. While the commander was briefly distracted, Wang Wei had already reached him. When the commander came back to his senses, he saw that he was no longer on his horse and was floating in the air. When he looked down, he saw a bloody hand had pierced his body all the way to his back and was holding him above ground. When his gaze followed the hand to its owner, he saw a pair of gray eyes looking at him with coldness and indifference. Deep in those eyes, the commander saw a gray-white string attached to his body was cut off. Then everything went black. Chapter 103. Wang Wei looked at the dead commander he was holding. Then he threw it away just like Thrash. Then his gaze turned to the cultivating army. Despite the fact that the army commander was dead, they did not seem to want to stop. This was a sharp contrast to the ordinary soldiers who already threw away their weapon and knelt in the ground. Wang Wei guessed that these people were personally trained by the royal family, and the concept of loyalty has been ingrained deep into their bones and soul. However, Wang Wei did not want to waste time with these weaklings. With a thought, he mobilized the power of his 13th layer of body refining and his infinite expanding divine C, and merged them together into his true will. A strange and mysterious power gathered from Wang Wei and enveloped all the cultivators in the kingdom's army. All of them spewed out a mouthful of blood and fell down on the floor. Then, to their horror, they found that the blood chi in their bodies were scattered, and those who had opened up their divine C realized that it was completely destroyed. They all had turned into mortals. All 250 of them. Without looking at those cultivators, Wang Wei rushed to the massive 200 meters gate of the city. With just one punch, he destroyed it and allowed his army to enter and occupy this city. Meanwhile, another city in the same county. Li Jun looked at the army in front of him and sighed. Since no one paid attention to his warning, he will use force. With a wave of his spear, countless red spots from both his soldiers and the kingdom rose into the air. This was the slaughter chi of the soldiers. Under Li Jun's control, the slaughter chi turned into a 50 meters long and 5 meters wide spear. Without hesitation, he rushed towards the commander of the opposing army, who was actually a woman. The giant spear cut through the army like a knife cutting through butter. Everywhere it went, flesh and blood were left in its path. What's even worse is the fact that as more people die, the spear becomes longer and stronger. However, soon, the spear was destroyed by the combined attacks of countless cultivators. However, Li Jun had already breached most of the army's defense, and was not far from the commander. As such, he used his signature move. He gathered all the slaughter chi in the battlefield and reinforced his spear. Then he threw it with all his strength. The spear broke the air as it moved rapidly. Following the sound of cannonball, the spear rapidly approached the commander. However, a few meters from her, countless thick walls rose from the ground and protected her. Unfortunately, this protection measure was of no use. The spear easily penetrated the walls, and without stopping or reducing its speed, it pierced the throat of the commander. The force of the spear pushed her away from her horse, until she fell to the ground a few meters away. Then with a wave of his hand, the spear returned to Li Jun's hand. Then he went on to massacre the cultivating army. After using his swift movement to dodge the first wave of origin abilities, he cut each of them with his spear before they could recite any other spells. On Yan Liling's side, she was also leading her own army. Her fighting style was even more efficient than both Wang Wei and Li Jun. She took out a pill from her space ring and crushed it. Then an overwhelming odor covered the Eastern Rain Kingdom's army. Immediately afterwards, more than a quarter of the army fell down on the floor unconscious. Then, Yan Liling pronounced a few words to use an origin ability. A dragon made of fire appeared in front of her. With a wave of her hand, the dragon flew in the sky and bypassed most of the army. When it reached close to the commander, it spewed out a breath of fire. The commander did not have time to react from the previous shock of his men's sudden incapacitation before he started screaming in agony. Then he was turned into ashes by the flame. Then the dragon fire looked in the direction of the cultivating army, and headed to deal with them without giving them the chance to react. In 2 other cities, both General 4 and 5 had also just finished a battle. However, unlike the 3 divine altar cultivators, their fights were quite brutal. Both of them had countless arrows stuck on their bodies with blood spilling out everywhere. There were many fire burns, freezing burns and lightning burns. However, despite the pitiful states they were in, they both were quite happy as they were victorious in their battles and had each conquered a city on their own. Furthermore, the intense fighting had increased their experience and strengthened their foundations. They could tell that after a few battles like this one, their foundations will be strong enough to break through to the divine altar realm. After taking a few healing pills, General 4 and 5 entered their respective cities to take control over. Late at night, after settling the surrendered soldiers and reassuring the citizens, Wang Wei was sitting in the city lord mansion reading a cultivation technique. During the battle today, he discovered that the majority of cultivators in the army were in the body refining realm, yet they could still use spells. This was a little shock to Wang Wei as he knew that only cultivators in the Divine Sea could do that. So as soon as he had a moment of break, he checked the city lord mansion to find the answer. It turns out that the people of this world are so enamored about spells or origin abilities that they have invented a way for body refining realm cultivators to combine their blood chi together in order to use them. After reading this, Wang Wei had to sigh at the wisdom of people. The people of this world might be from a weak plane, but they made the best of the circumstances they are given. Wang Wei has never heard of a method that uses blood chi to make spells from his world. It's not that the people from the Myriad Emperor are not as inventive as the people of this world. It's just that they do not care about such a thing. To the people of higher planes, so what if body refining realm cultivators can use spells? They are still as weak as ants. Even if such an ingenious method was brought to the Myriad Emperor world, most cultivators would just shrug it off and sneer at such low-level methods. However, Wang Wei did not think so. This method made him realize that every world or plane out there in the endless void has developed different cultures, ideas, and knowledge that are completely unique to their environment. Instead of ignoring them or looking down on their methods, the cultivators of the Myriad Emperor world should absorb such knowledge as their own and further strengthen their own civilization. With this idea in mind, Wang Wei made further plans for what to do when he becomes a great emperor. After resting for a few days, Wang Wei continued his rapid expeditions to conquer the Eastern Rain Kingdom. Throughout his journey, he and the others encountered countless battles, countless sneak attacks from different terrains. One time Wang Wei's army was attacked by a group of cultivators who hid at the bottom of a river by holding their breath. Nevertheless, despite the many trials and tribulations, all three of Wang Wei, Li Jun, and Yan Liling used absolute force to break through every obstacle in their paths. Just like that, 3 years had passed. Wang Wei and his group had already conquered all the 72 states of the Eastern Rain Kingdom. The only place left standing was the imperial capital. And the main reason for that was the fact that Wang Wei bypassed the capital located at the center of the kingdom and conquered the states eastward, so that his territory could quickly occupy the seashore. After conquering the states near the ocean, Wang Wei returned to the capital at last to end this war. Wang Wei was sitting in a military barrack not far from the capital. Hey, it is really hard to move around in this large world without teleportation formations, thought Wang Wei to himself. If this world had a thing such as teleportation, he could have conquered this kingdom in just a few months. However, he needed to use many demonic beasts to transport troops everywhere he goes. And the process was extremely slow, well, at least to Wang Wei and the others. After gathering his scattered thoughts, Wang Wei asked the people in the room, "Did anyone find a method to quickly destroy the powerful array that covered the entire capital?" However, no one answered him, and most of the people lowered their heads and dared not look him in the eyes. Wang Wei did not blame these people for not having a good idea, as even he was stuck. According to his calculation, even if he, Li Jun, and Yan Liling attached this formation together, it will take at least 3 months of constant bombardment to break it. In fact, the formation itself was not actually powerful, especially for an expert in runes like Wang Wei. What made this array so strong was the fact the king used the remaining luck of the kingdom and blessed it on the formation. As such, the defensive power was raised to an unimaginable level. While thinking about ways to deal with the situation, Wang Wei asked, "Is there a way for Wang Ju to disarm it from the inside?" According to the last communication we received from her more than a month ago, she said that her strength was completely suppressed by the luck dragon of the kingdom, and she was now in hiding. Responded one of the new advisors that Wang Wei had conquered in the past 3 years. While Wang Wei was contemplating his next step of action, advisor Zhao Feng entered the room with urgent news. Over the years, Wang Wei had brought this treacherous guy under his banner. He did not care that this guy was a snake that could bite even his owner. He knew how to properly control these kinds of people. Furthermore, As long as he suspects this guy to go out of line, he will kill him immediately. Advisor Zhao Feng bowed to Wang Wei and said, "Wise sage, one of the noble clans of the capital has sent someone to talk to you." "Talk to me? Talk about what?" "They want to make a deal. A deal that will allow you to easily break through the capital's formation." After hearing this, Wang Wei frowned and looked up and down at Zhao Feng. He could guess that this deal had something to do with him, however, he did not care. As long as Zhao Feng could help him deal with his current dilemma, everything else was fine. He would probably even reward him. As such, he said, "Let him in." Chapter 104. Wang Wei sat on the throne-looking chair and waited for the envoy of these nobles to see what deal they wanted to make with him. A few minutes later, a middle-aged man walked in the room with advisor Zhao Feng. After close inspection, Wang Wei noticed how this man was walking with a straight posture with his head held high. His robe looked luxurious and showy, and he had a cultivation level in the peak of the divine sea realm. The envoy looked at Wang Wei, slightly bowed and said, "Are you Wang Wei?" After hearing this person's words, the room instantly became quiet. Advisor glanced at the envoy and secretly shook his head. Wang Wei did not answer this guy's question. Instead, he released a powerful aura from his body and forced the envoy on his knees and asked, "Who are you? Who sent you and for what purpose? I do not have time to waste with you idiots." The envoy felt a hug pressure holding in the ground and preventing him from getting up. The pressure was so heavy that he heard some of his bones cracking. He tried to mobilize his origin chi to resist, but it was to avail. It was then he remembered the elder's warning that he was going to meet a powerful cultivator and should be respectful. With sweat dripping down his face, the envoy said, "Your Excellency, wise sage, my name is Zheng Yi from the Duxing family. I have come as a representative of the Noble Alliance to come help you." "Oh, what can you do to help me?" asked Wang Wei with a nonchalant look on his face. Seeing how calm the wise sage was, Zheng Yi's mind moved fast and realized that negotiation might not be as easy as the Noble Alliance thought it would be. However, he still continued his words. "The Noble Alliance can help your Excellency to open the formation that surrounds the capital from the inside." Wang Wei was not surprised by this offer as he had already guessed that it was the case. However, he did not immediately respond, but pondered for a while tapping his finger on his chair. The room then became quiet with only a constant sound of clicking echoing throughout the room. As time passed by, the envoy became more anxious and started to sweat profusely. This was remarkable given the fact that he is a powerful cultivator. After a few minutes, Wang Wei then asked, "What do you people want in return? Be direct and straightforward with your demands." Zheng Yi secretly left out the breath he was holding. As long as the wise sage asked for their demands, it means that there are rooms for negotiations. What he feared most was that he was completely rejected, or even worse, killed directly. After all, it is common knowledge that this wise sage did not like the nobility of this kingdom. Wherever his army conquered, the fate of most of the nobility was quite cruel and unjust. The Noble Alliance asked that the wise sage signed a sole contract which states that after entering the capital, you or your subordinates will not kill any of the noble families, you will not seize their properties, and you will provide them with the same nobility title they currently have in the new kingdom you will establish. Wang Wei looked at this envoy as if he had heard the funniest thing in his life. "You people thought too much of your worth. All of you should be happy that I did not kill every single one of you. But now, you want to retain the wealth that you sucked dry from the people for countless generations? On top of that, you want the same privileges that you had from the previous Decay Kingdom, and bring it out to my dynasty?" Zheng Yi's heart skipped a beat after hearing about this, but he gritted his teeth and said, "Your Excellency, you should be aware that without our help, it will be impossible for you to open that array. Distorting the truth will have no benefits for your so-called Noble Alliance. We all know that it is only a matter of time before we manage to break through the array by ourselves." "That may be true," retorted Zheng Yi. "But the Alliance is also aware that your Excellency is competing with countless other people from your own world. The more time you spend wasting here, the less advantage you will have in future confrontations with your peers. Time, huh? The same idea can apply to you people. I am fully aware of the fact that the remaining luck of this kingdom will not last long. This formation will destroy itself in 1 to 2 years. I can still wait for such a time." After hearing this, Zheng Yi's heart became anxious. This was actually one of the main worries of the nobles. In fact, many of the truly powerful nobles still have hidden cards that they have not used. However, one thing that they know for a fact is that no matter the final outcome of this war, the Eastern Reign Kingdom was finished for good. So they wanted an exit strategy or route after everything was over. As for betraying the royal family, the nobles who placed the well-being of their families above everything else couldn't care less about their fates. After pondering for a while, Zheng Yi asked, "Your Excellency, then what do you propose?" "Simple, you guys open the array for me and in return, I will not kill all of you. However, you yourself need to choose a few noteworthy families as scapegoats to be publicly executed to soothe the anger of the common people. Remember, do not just choose some random weak family. Secondly, all the noble families have to hand over at least 80% of their family wealth. Nothing more, nothing less. Lastly, if you people want to stay in my new dynasty, then you need to follow the law. And I mean every single one of them. If I ever catch even a single one of you breaking the rules, then you will be judged by the severity of your mistakes. Under my rule, the law will be absolute." After hearing these terms, Zheng Yi's face became ugly. When has their noble alliance been treated like this? However, he did not burst out in anger as he knew that they were in the lower position during the negotiation. After taking a deep breath to calm down, he said, "I will tell all your terms to the noble alliance and let them decide what to do next." Wang Wei nodded and removed the aura pressing Zheng Yi in the ground. Suddenly feeling a weight lifted off his shoulders, Zheng Yi slowly got up, did an almost 90-degree bow and left the hall. Wang Wei waved his head, and someone also secretly left the wall to follow the envoy. However, less than half an hour later, the person came back and told him how Zheng Yi only traveled a few hundred meters from the barrack and was communicating to someone through unknown means. Wang Wei nodded and realized how cautious the nobles were, and they seemed to have a way to communicate across the formation. After another half hour, Zheng Yi came back into the hall and said, "Your Excellency, the Noble Alliance has accepted your terms." "Oh, so fast?" answered Wang Wei. "Do you need to sign the soul contract now?" "There is no need for that. The Alliance believes that the wise sage is a person who keeps his words." Wang Wei smiled and nodded. However, he did not believe a word of this. In such a situation, the Noble Alliance should be anxious to have written proof of their agreements. You should know that the soul contract is a powerful contract that has magical binding abilities. If anyone were to break the agreements signed on it, their souls would receive backlash that could lead to severe injury and even death. However, based on Zheng Yi's words and actions, Wang Wei could feel that the nobles were not in a hurry to sign the contract. That can only mean one thing: there is some secret plan or scheme behind all of this. However, he did not really care and just took note of the current situation and remained vigilant to be able to respond to any kind of situation. 3 days later, Wang Wei and his army stood not far from the gate of the capital. The wall surrounding this city was at least 1,000 meters. On top of the city, countless runes formed an array that covered the entire city like a protecting dome. Under Wang Wei's true vision, he could see a flood dragon coiling its body around the city. However, the dragon was quite weak and appeared to be slowly fading. After a few minutes, the array surrounding the city flickered on and on for a while before disappearing. Then the city gate was opened. Wang Wei took all of his men and marched straight towards the royal palace. Meanwhile, in an inn, a few people were looking at the marching army while talking. All of them dressed elegantly while drinking wine or tea. One person said, "Do you think that the wise sage will survive?" "I don't think so," responded another voice. "I disagree with you. Who knows what weird methods these extraterrestrial demons have hidden in their sleeves? Well, it does not matter to us anyway. Whether he survives or not, we have already made plans for both outcomes. In the end, we will still be the last winners." "That's true. Our noble families will always continue to exist." Chapter 105. Wang Wei marched his army straight in front of the royal palace. As he led the army, many people looked at him with fear, and closed the window to their house, and locked themselves in their home. Wang Wei sighed as he knew that this was a normal reaction. In this chaotic world, every time a city, especially a capital, is conquered, what often follows was disaster for the people. The invading army will brutally kill the citizens, loot all the wealth and food, sexually assault the women, and set fire to the houses. However, Wang Wei would never allow his men to behave in such a way. He has written strict military codes for the entire army, and anyone who disobeys it will be punished severely. This is one of the reasons that Wang Wei's rebellion was so smooth and successful the past few years. He did not kill or plunder when he conquered a city. On the contrary, he will take time to calm all the citizens and assure them that everything will in fact be better in the future. After the army surrounded the palace, Wang Wei waited for a while before going in. Somehow, he discovered that the whole palace was too quiet. There was no noise of people running around trying to escape, no plunder of the royal family's wealth. It was too calm. Thinking about the weird behavior of the Noble Alliance, Wang Wei became more alert in order to be able to react in case of emergency. Unfortunately, he was too late. Suddenly, something hit Wang Wei with tremendous force. Boom! The sound of a cannibal echoed around the palace, and Wang Wei flew away into the air. His body crashed into countless houses. Bang! 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 Each time his body crashed into a house, it would immediately crumble down. The infrastructure of these houses would be destroyed. Then the whole house would fall down on their inhabitants. This was terribly destructive as some of these houses even had more than 3 floors and countless people living inside them. Clouds of dust scattered all over the city wherever these houses fell down. Meanwhile, Wang Wei was already blown away to the next house, not affected by the consequences. In fact, not just houses. Many unfortunate bystanders who happened to be on the way suffered similar fate as these houses. Many people died because they were hit by the fast-moving body of Wang Wei. After traveling for more than 600 meters, Wang Wei plunged into an artificial mountain located near the palace. With an exploding sound, his entire body was stuck deep into the mountain. Soon afterward, a middle-aged man appeared in the air near the mountain with a deep frown on his face. A few seconds after being stuck, Wang Wei exited the mountain. His body was covered in blood and many chunks of internal organs and bone pieces. These were not his own. With a single thought, he activated the cleaning formation on his robe, and the blood and filth were instantly removed, even the ones on his face. After cleaning himself up, Wang Wei checked his body and there was not even a single scratch on him. He nodded in satisfaction as his fleshly body. He then raised his head and looked at the man floating in the air and said with a smile, "Interesting. I did not expect the final card of the royal family to be a cultivator in the supernatural realm. Shouldn't you have gone through heavenly tribulation and go to a higher world already?" The flying man looked at Wang Wei with a solemn face and said, "What a powerful extraterrestrial demon. You took my attack like it was nothing. I cannot even find a single scratch on your skin. You know, old man, it is very rude to use your divine sense to scan a person without authorization." After saying this, Wang Wei controlled his skin and muscles, and vibrated them rapidly. Suddenly, the supernatural realm cultivator whose name was Dong Hao found out that his divine sense could not scan Wang Wei's body. The solemnness on his face thus further increased. "You did not answer my question. Why did you not go to a higher world? Not everyone has the heart to go through such powerful heavenly tribulation unless really necessary," responded Dong Hao with a look of fear deep in his eyes. Wang Wei could guess what he meant. In small world like this, although the highest level of strength allowed ID the divine altar realm, there is still many genius cultivators who have managed to enter higher realms. When that happens, these cultivators will have to go through 2 heavenly tribulations. One to break through the realm, and the other in order to go to a higher world. However, the second tribulation is extremely powerful. Due to the fact that supernatural realm cultivators cannot survive in the endless void for long, the world that they are from are responsible to open a space passage to a higher world. For example, the Warring Kingdom word is a lower thousand world. After the tribulation, Heavenly Tao has to open a space passage to a middle thousand world for the supernatural realm cultivators. Unfortunately, the cost of opening such a passage is extremely costly for such a low-level world. As such, in order not to have to do it, Heavenly Tao exponentially increased the difficulty of the heavenly tribulation. Thus, few cultivators can pass the tribulation. Of course, those who do are in fact truly heaven-defying geniuses. These people are often sought after and recruited when they reach higher worlds. In fact, Wang Wei read about another method from the sect's library. This method is actually simple. Occupation. After discovering a lower plane, some more powerful planes will occupy these planes and set up a powerful transplanar teleportation, or as it is more often called, the ascending channel. When cultivators of the lower plane reach the standard realm, they can go through the established passage to reach higher worlds. The downside to this method is the fact that these ascending cultivators are usually under strict control. If their native worlds are conquered by a more benevolent one, then they usually have to choose a sect to be part of after their ascension. However, if their worlds are conquered by other brutal worlds, then the fate of these ascending cultivators are nothing but to be either cannon fodder in wars or becoming slaves to be auctioned and sold off. One thing I'm still curious about. How can you be able to move so freely in this world? It's one thing not to ascend to higher planes, but the heavenly Tao of this world would never allow cultivators of your level to move freely about with the destructive power you all have. Asked Wang Wei. Dong Hao smiled and responded, I have to thank you extraterrestrial demons for this. I do not know what you guys did, however, ever since your arrival, the suppression of us transcending mortality realm cultivators have been slowly reducing until it was completely lifted. After hearing this, Wang Wei immediately understood the reason. Before the trial, the Supreme Realm True Monarchs have refined this world to elevate the power scale in order to allow all the heaven chosen to compete freely. This must be the reason that the native supernatural realm of this world can move and fight freely. Wang Wei also realized why the Noble Alliance was not so keen on immediately signing the soul contract. It seems that they were already aware of the royal family's hidden cards. They wanted to stand and watch how he and the royal family fought to the death. In the end, whoever is the winner, they would still be the one who benefited the most. Wang Wei sneered at this. No matter what plans these people had, he had more than 100 ways to deal with them. If they think that a weak supernatural cultivator could defeat him, they are gravely mistaken. After getting the answer he wanted, Wang Wei cracked his neck and hand preparing for the next battle. He felt excited as his blood boiled. He hoped this old man could give him a proper challenge. Without hesitation, Wang Wei threw a powerful punch in the air. The powerful shock wave generated by the punch created an air bullet that flew towards the old man in the sky. Dong Hao, who was also ready for battle, suddenly felt a very condensed air pressure flying towards him. Without hesitation, he manifested a barrier to protect him. However, to his horror, the air bullet actually pushed him more than 10 meters after clashing with his barrier. What's worse is that immediately afterward, countless more air bullets hit his shield, thus adding cracks to it. Dong Hao was shocked at how powerful these punches were. He knew that he might lose if he fought head-on with Wang Wei. This was considered a great shame to him, being weaker than a mere divine altar realm cultivator. However, given the prominent background of his opponent, he decided not to think too much about it. Nevertheless, Dong Hao's situation was not looking too good after being bombarded by all these air bullets. So he decided to use the one advantage that his realm had compared to Wang Wei: the ability to fly in the air. Chapter 106. Dong Hao flew to the side and evaded the air bullets that attacked him. Then countless tattoos appeared all over his body, arm, legs, and even face. Afterwards, his power increased dramatically. With a wave of his hand, the patterns on his body lit up, and a gigantic mountain materialized in the air and headed straight towards his enemy. Wang Wei looked at Dong Hao and frowned. He was not frowning at the changes that appeared on Dong Hao, as he knew these tattoos were known as origin pattern, and all cultivators in the supernatural realm had them. The reason that he frowned was that he realized that if he continued to fight here in the capital, countless ordinary people would die in the aftermath of their battles. Normally, Wang Wei would not care about such things. Although that sounded ruthless, unfortunately, that is the fate of mortals that cannot control their destiny. One day, they might suddenly die due to the aftermath of Cultivator's battle. However, currently, Wang Wei's role was a future monarch of a dynasty. As such, he has to take into consideration the lives of his citizens. When the mountain approached near him, Wang Wei noticed a certain metal quality of it, as it shined with a golden luster under the sun. He guesses that this was not a regular mountain, but one reinforced by gold element. Without hesitation, Wang Wei threw a powerful punch, and a terrifying force traveled in the air and hit the mountain. Boom! The 2,000 meters tall mountain trembled, and cracks appeared on its metal surface. However, it was not destroyed. Boom! 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 Wang Wei continued to punch in the air, and more cracks appeared in the mountain, until it exploded into countless pieces. Then he threw another powerful punch. This time, however, he did not just use the raw strength of his fleshly body. Instead, he controlled the vibration from his muscles and directly released them into the air, thus creating an earthquake between heaven and earth. Bang! With a loud explosion, the entire city trembled slightly, the wind howled like crying ghosts, and the clouds in the sky scattered. The many debris of the falling mountain were instantly pulverized into powder, and flew away with the wind without affecting the citizens of the capital. As for Dong Hao, he was pushed back by the force of the punch and threw a mouthful of blood. Despite the barrier he erected, the vibration still managed to bypass his defense and injured his organs. Wang Wei stood on the ground with his long gray hair floating with wind, while looking at his FST. He smiled as he was very happy with the new move he just created. He called Earthquake Fist, and this move took full advantage of his powerful fleshly body. One thing he always complained about the ancient desolate body refining scripture was the fact that it did not have any fighting moves in the early stage. Although there are many fighting methods in the scripture, some of which even made Wang Wei drool day and night, he needed to cultivate it to a very high realm before he could use these moves. What's worse was the fact that in the notes that Wang Wei read from predecessors that also cultivated the scripture did not also contain powerful moves for the early stage, but contain their understanding on how to properly control force or strength. Most people who successfully cultivate this scripture usually care about the powerful defense and stamina it brought in the early stage instead of the strength. After taking a brief moment to contemplate his new move, Wang Wei looked at Dong Hao and said, "How about we take this fight outside the city?" However, Dong Hao, who was in the air, completely ignored him, and the patterns on his body lit up again, preparing for another attack. As such, Wang Wei continued, "Don't you care about the people of this city?" Seeing the silence of his enemy, Wang Wei secretly sighed. Then with all his strength he jumped straight towards Dong Hao. His body left countless cracks in the ground, and a powerful shockwave spread after his departure. When Dong Hao saw Wang Wei coming straight at him like an artillery, he opened his mouth and spewed countless tiny swords. These swords then became normal size after leaving his body, and with swish sound, they quickly attacked Wang Wei. Clink! Clink! The sound of metals sounded as these swords hit Wang Wei's skin. Then they bounced off without even leaving a single scratch or mark. When Wang Wei was about to clash with Dong Hao, the latter sneered at him and easily evaded him. Dong Hao did not expect this wise sage to make such a mistake. Without the ability to fly in the air, he engaged someone else in aerial combat. However, the sneer did not last long on Dong Hao's face. As soon he evaded the clash, Wang Wei seemed to have anticipated this and did a somersault in the air. Then he activated his divine veins to control the spiritual qi in the air to create a foothold for him. With a boom sound, he rushed towards Dong Hao with absolute speed. Dong Hao was quite shocked by this maneuver, and was almost unable to react. However, his years of experience allowed him to instantly erect a barrier around him. However, Wang Wei did not care about this. With unmatched speed, his hand formed a claw and easily crushed the golden barrier, and grabbed Dong Hao in the face. While stepping in the air, he rushed outside the city while holding Dong Hao like an adult carrying a chicken. Boom! Wang Wei broke the sound barrier while stepping in the air with. All the citizens of the city heard an exploding sound, then saw a circular vapor in the air, followed by a streak of light rushing outside the city. After traveling a few hundred meters, Wang Wei then threw Hong Dao outside of the city. the supernatural cultivator clashed into the ground, forming many cracks. He threw a mouthful of blood, and then started coughing. The shockwave created by his crash created a cloud of dirt, and some of it had entered his lungs. He then mobilized his origin essence to heal the cracked bones on his back and protect his spine. He then looked at the flying Wang Wei with shock. No, he should say stepping in the air. Everyone knows that divine altar realm cannot fly in the air. However, this wise sage has found a way around this problem. In fact, it is not that some people did not think of this method. However, in order to do such a thing, a terrifying control of spiritual qi is needed to do so, which is something that Dong Hao had previously thought to be impossible, especially given the low level of spiritual qi in this world. Not to mention the stamina that the body would need to keep standing in the air, and the terrible amount of origin qi needed to keep the divine veins activated made this method of flying virtually impossible for the cultivator of this world. Compared with flying in the air in the supernatural realm, which is as easy as moving one of your limbs, this method of flying seemed too complex and nuanced for anybody to manage. After spitting out another mouthful of blood, Dong Hao stood up from the ground. His clothes were all tattered and his hair disheveled, however, he did not care about this. Suddenly, Dong Hao's body was encased by a golden armor that covered even his face and eyes. After seeing this, Wang Wei suddenly frowned as he did not feel the fluctuation of origin essence, which means that this was not an origin ability or method. All of a sudden he thought of something. Innate talent. Only innate talents do not require much or any energy source, as they are fundamentally a part of the cultivators. Wang Wei was then quite surprised as he knew that not all cultivators in the supernatural realm had their own innate talent. This thing requires both talent and luck. If you are not talented but full of luck, then you will not receive a talent when entering the supernatural realm. If you have talent but low luck, then the talent you receive will be quite shitty. After making his preparations, Dong Hao flew straight to Wang Wei. Since he could not use his flying ability to easily win this battle, he will fight head-on to decide the winner. Meanwhile, after seeing Dong Hao coming towards him, Wang Wei was quite excited as he knew that he was bound for an exciting battle. As such, he stepped in the air and rushed towards him and threw a punch. He used Earthquake Fist without hesitation. Wang Wei's fist clashed with the golden Dong Hao. Boom! The air trembled and visible ripples could be seen manifesting after their crash. Dong Hao's golden armor cracked all over. Meanwhile, he threw out some blood inside. However, after a few breaths, the cracks healed and Dong Hao continued to clash head-on with Wang Wei. In the capital, the royal family and many nobles from the alliance were watching this battle through different means. All of them were concerned as this was a fight that determined the fate of the Eastern Reign Kingdom. Chapter 107. Both Wang Wei and Dong Hao started clashing in the sky. The clouds scattered and the air vibrated wherever these two appeared. Dong Hao had suffered countless injuries with each of the clashes, however, his golden armor was still intact. Wang Wei could tell that maybe this guy wanted to slowly drain both his origin qi and his stamina. However, with his current state, he could probably fight for more than a week without stopping or getting tired. As such, he wanted to end this battle as soon as possible. Of course, the main reason for such a decision was due to the fact that this battle was no longer fun for Wang Wei. Despite fighting for quite a few minutes now, Wang Wei realized that his enemy had not even managed to break off his skin, let alone injure him. His overwhelming defense made this battle quite boring for him. Without hesitation, he rushed towards Dong Hao and kicked him into the ground with all his strength. The golden armor cracked again, this time, almost completely destroyed. Then, Dong Hao landed on the ground and created an explosion that scattered dust all over. Many pieces of land would break from the land and fly in the air following the shockwave of Dong Hao's crash. Without giving his enemy a chance to breathe, Wang Wei rushed to Dong Hao and punched in the face. Boom! The force of the punch created more shockwaves on the ground. As for Dong Hao, he spit out a few pieces of his internal organs, and his body was forced further deep into ground, creating a meter-long crater. However, his face was not hit directly by the attack as he converged the golden armor that covered his whole body, and made sure that it only covered his face, thus further nullifying some of the power of the punch. Wang Wei, After seeing that his punch did not do the intended destruction, threw more punches. Boom, boom, boom. With each punch, the ground would shake tremendously, then shockwaves would follow in the air. Pieces of land will fly out into the air, then land on the ground. As for Dong Hao, the crater he created became deeper with each punch. By the 10th punch, he had already inserted himself more than 10 meters underground. Nevertheless, none of these punches had a direct hit on him. Whenever a punch was about to hit, whether his face or ribs, a golden would appear to protect him from a direct hit. Unfortunately, the recoil or shockwave generated by the sheer force of each punch still managed to travel inside his body and destroy many things. As such, right now, Dong Hao had many bones broken, both his kidneys and lungs started to fail him, and one of his eyes was destroyed. When he was about to receive another punch, Dong Hao quickly bit the tip of his tongue and spit out bright red blood on his golden protection. The golden protection immediately expanded and turned into a circular shield. However, it did wrap around Dong Hao to protect him. Instead, it encased Wang Wei inside and essentially imprisoned. Wang Wei suddenly felt himself inside a very hard shell case, and it was very dark inside without any light source. Without hesitation, he moved his origin chi into his eyes and could see the golden shield hat trapped. Without hesitation, he punched the shield. However, it did not immediately destroy or crack like previous attacks. After noticing this, he used his earthquake fist. The powerful vibration shook the golden shield after being, then it cracked. After 3 more punches, the shield was destroyed and myriad pieces of gold scattered everywhere with Wang Wei at the center. Immediately afterward, Wang Wei felt something and looked at the sky. Dong Hao was floating there with blood all over his body. One eye socket was empty, and most of his robe was destroyed. Without hesitation, he waved his hand and an ancient lamp appeared before him. The lamp had countless patterns inscribed in it, and a 3-colored fire was burning brightly on top of it. He opened his mouth and spewed more than 3 drops of deep red blood. This was his source blood. Then, these drops of blood entered the lamp and the fire on top of it turned from 3-colored to 5. With a wave of his hand, the 5-colored fire descended from the sky and attacked the surprised Wang Wei with match speed. The flames enveloped more than 100 meters in the surrounding area. No sign of Wang Wei could be seen as he was swallowed by the flame. After a few minutes, the 5-colored flame disappeared and a body could be found standing in the middle. To be exact, it was a charred body. Although his clothes were intact, the skin on his arms, legs and face was badly burned. It was burned dark all over with few spots of red flesh. This was the first time he was injured ever since he started cultivating the ancient desolate body refining scripture. He raised his hand and looked closely at his burned skin. An intense pain suddenly assaulted his nervous system. However, Wang Wei did not care as this was not the first time he was burned alive. Meanwhile, in the sky, after seeing his attack working, a slight smile appeared on Dong Hao's face despite it being almost disfigured. However, his smile did not remain there for too long. He watched from above how Wang Wei's darkened burned skin fell off the ground, and in just a couple of seconds, new skins were regrown. Without hesitation, he waved his ancient lamp and new rounds of flame attacked again, in order not to give his opponent time to heal. Wang Wei instantly uses the lion fist from his overlord fist cultivation technique. This was the first time he used a fighting method based on origin chi during the whole fight. A 20 meters tall and 100 meters long lion manifested from Wang Wei's fist. The lion opened its mouth and roared. A sound wave attack came from its mouth and clashed with the oncoming attack. Then the flame was separated in the middle, forming a V shape with both Wang Wei and the lion in the middle. Without any pause, Dong Hao controlled the flame to fly into the air, then separated them into countless tiny meteors. Afterwards, they fell towards Wang Wei like a modern machine gun firing. Wang Wei threw countless punches and many lions manifested from them. Together, each lion attacks a different meteor fire. However, there were too many of them. Soon an explosion occurred with Wang Wei in the middle. However, weirdly enough, there was no heat that emanated from the 5-colored flame. After a few seconds, the cloud of dust created by the explosion was blown away by the wind. Wang Wei's charred body was again seen in the middle of the explosion. However, his state was even worse than previous. This time, not only his skin was burned, but even his muscles were burned by the flame. Many of his bones could be seen exposed to the outside. However, just like previously, they started to heal immediately. However, the process was not instant like the first attack. Many of his burned muscles started to grow back at a speed visible to the naked eyes. After seeing this, Dong Hao wanted to attack again. However, he spewed a mouthful of blood instead, then knelt on knee in the sky. Soon afterwards, his long hair immediately turned white, his skin became wrinkled, and many age spots could be seen on his face. When Wang Wei saw this situation, he was not that surprised. The moment that Dong Hao decided to use his source blood or blood essence to increase the power of his attacks to the divine body realm. The result of this fight was doomed from the beginning. Not to mention the way he abused his ancient lamp. Wang Wei shook his head while observing the regeneration process of his body. This was one of the reasons that he allowed himself to be so injured during this battle. He wanted to know how fast his body regenerated under different circumstances. That way, one day, when he is in a true battle of life and death, he can find ways to buy himself time to properly heal. After a few minutes, a brand new Wang Wei was standing on the ground. If anyone were to see him, you could not tell that he had suffered from a 4th-degree burn. He then looked at Dong Hao and asked, "Don't you know that it is taboo for cultivators to use their ancient lamp like you did?" Dong Hao, who was happy to have a few seconds to rest, responded, "What do you mean by this?" In fact, he was truly interested in what this wise sage has to say. Their royal family have long speculated that these extraterrestrial demons came from a more advanced world than them. So they are privy to many unknown secrets that the cultivators of this world never had access to. "The flame you just use is known as the good fortune flame," continued Wang Wei. "It's not used for fighting. This is a foundation necessary by all cultivators to cultivate the next 2 great realms after the supernatural realm." After hearing this, Dong Hao frowned. Then his one-eyed face became very ugly to look at. "So you figure it out?" "Yes, the more you use the good fortune flame to fight, the more you ruin your foundation and cultivation path, essentially cutting your path or chances to higher realms. As such, in my world, unless a cultivator is forced to utmost despair, they will never use their flame of good fortune to fight, because they know that even if a tiny bit of it is used, it will be nigh impossible to make up." While saying all of these, Wang Wei had finished healing, and he then completely ignored the ugly and despairing look on Dong Hao's face. "So that's how it is," muttered Dong Hao in the sky. "No wonder no one has managed to pass the heavenly tribulation for so many years. We all thought that the world had started to enter the Dharma end period, but it was just that we were wasting our foundation by using our Tao flames." After that, he laughed out loud. However, this laughter sounded so bleak and desolate. Although he had learned the truth, Dong Hao knew that it was too late for him. Meanwhile, Wang Wei was ready to end this fight. Suddenly, a gigantic image appeared behind him. It was an image of him sitting on an immortal throne while myriad races and worlds bowed to him. Meanwhile, he was holding countless strings that dictated the fate of these races and worlds. Immediately afterward the vision appeared. The entire world trembled slightly, causing countless earthquakes. Many of the heaven chosen that participated in the trial were instantly alerted. They all looked in the direction of the Eastern Rain Kingdom and muttered, "Young Emperor." Chapter 108. After the vision of the young emperor appeared behind Wang Wei, Dong Hao suddenly felt like the environment around him changed, as if he went from one heaven and earth to another, from one world to another. Then, to his horror, he lost the ability to fly and fell from the sky and landed on the ground, resulting in further severing his injuries. What's even worse was the fact that half of his strength was instantly gone, and he did not know the reason. He guessed that it had to do with the wise sage, but he did not know the specifics. Knowing that death was soon approaching, he wanted to struggle desperately, or better yet, find a way to run away. He tried to use more of his blood essence. Unfortunately, he had already run out, so he just spit more blood from his mouth due to backlash. Wang Wei could guess the thought of Dong Hao. As such, he wanted to end this battle as soon as possible. After using the pseudo-domain of his young emperor title to prevent Dong Hao from escaping through the air, He mobilized most of his origin chi and used the dragon's sovereign fist. A mighty dragon appeared that headed straight towards Dong Hao and roared into the heavens. The sound traveled throughout the entire city and echoed throughout heaven. All the citizens immediately felt an instinctive fear, just like a higher life form looking down at a lower one. It was a fear hidden deep in their blood and soul from their ancestors when they faced the wrath of a superior life form. This dragon did not attack, instead released a supreme and noble aura that demands that all life form bow down to it. Suddenly, Dong Hao felt a tremendous pressure coming down on him, preventing him from moving. He struggled with all his strength, but it did not work. So he immediately detonated the origin essence in his body to try to resist, but it was to no avail. No matter how he struggled, he could not move. Meanwhile, after the first attack, Wang Wei rushed towards him to end this battle with one last blow. A few meters before arriving, Dong Hao burned out his soul in order to increase his strength in a moment of desperation. He opened his mouth with difficulty, and a sword appeared. The sword became massive and an unpredictable heaviness could be seen from it. It rushed towards Wang Wei with tremendous speed, leaving a golden trail behind it. Wang Wei then muttered a few words to use an origin ability. Although Wang Wei usually does not use spells in battle does not mean that he does not know any of them. As a person who likes to be prepared for any occasion, he has studied spells extensively back in the sect in order to know how to respond when encountering them in battle. After his incantation, a bright yellow flame appeared in front of him and melted the rushing sword in just an instant. Without pause, he rushed towards Dong Hao and threw a punch. Following which, a tiger with intense killing intent appeared and rushed forwards. The tiger turned into a red light and penetrated Dong Hao's body without any resistance. The light destroyed his heart, then pierced his back, leaving a massive hole visible to the naked eyes on his chest. Dong Hao looked at the hole with his one remaining eye, sighed and fell down on the floor, blood splashing all over the ground. Wang Wei gazed at Dong Hao's body on the floor, and also sighed. This was the first true opponent he had since he started cultivating, and the first true life and death battle he experienced in his life. All the fights he previously had were essentially either competitions or trials with safety mechanisms that can save his life at any moment. And Dong Hao was the first opponent that truly tried to kill him at all cost. Although this opponent did not bring out his full power during the fight, he still learned a great deal of things. He learned that most cultivators will fight desperately when they are cornered and about to die. They can use all kinds of means to boost their fighting strength during battles, just like Dong Hao used his essence blood to increase his attack power. In future battles, Wang Wei will use all his strength to prevent his enemies from having the time or ability from using these methods. And if he fails to do this, he will always be on guard for desperate counterattacks from them when they are driven on the edge of despair. After summarizing his gains in this battle, he waved his hand to create a deep hole. Then he placed Dong Hai's body in it, creating a burial site. He placed a headstone made of rocks and inscribed on it, "Here lies Dong Hao, a loyal man to his family even in death, and a worthy and respectable opponent that fought to his last breath." After doing this, he stepped in the air with rapid speed and returned to the city. By the time he reached the royal palace, Li Jun had already captured all the people inside, and was waiting for his return. Wang Wei then entered the throne room where he saw many people bound by chains and kneeling on the ground. He ignored them before heading to a golden chair with many engraving of dragons on them. Without hesitation, Wang Wei sat on the dragon throne. Suddenly, he felt that he was all-powerful, that he could control the lives of billions of people in this kingdom, that his words were absolute and no one dared to disobey it. The power was quite intoxicating. However, after a very brief moment, he shook this feeling off his mind. Compared to the supreme throne of a great emperor that stands above the Tao itself, what is this mundane throne? After thinking about these things for a moment, Wang Wei then looked at the Thai people kneeling on the floor. He first took notice of a middle-aged man dressed in yellow dragon robe with a crown on his top-knot hair. The man exuded the temperament of a person in high position, however, he was not looking too good. Many of the direct line of the royal family were captured and brought to meet him. However, Wang Wei was still a little confused when he saw Princess Dong Lifan also kneeling on the ground, although she was the only one not in Chan. As such, Wang Wei asked her directly. Princess, what is the meaning of your actions? After being called upon, the princess did not get up. Instead, she placed her forehead on the ground and said, I plead for your majesty to leave a way out for the royal family. As soon as she said this, a terrifying killing intent appeared in the room directed towards her. It was from Li Jun. He looked at Princess Dong Lifen as if he wanted to stab her directly with his spear. Despite the uncomfortable feeling she felt from the killing intent, she still insisted on her words. Your Majesty the wise sage, on account of all the merits that I have made to your cause, please give the royal family a way to survive. Wang Wei waved his hand and Li Jun put away his killing intent. He then looked at the princess and responded, Princess. No, I'll just call you Dong Lifen from now on. If it was before, I would have granted your wish. However, after what happened in Blesswing City, there is no room for negotiation with this matter. Dong Lifen sighed after hearing this, not too surprised by the outcome. She had heard about how her royal father used poison to attack and kill an entire city. She was also furious when she received the news, however, she still wanted to try to save some people. After a brief moment, Dong Lifen then said, At the very least, can your majesty spare my mother and little sister? They are both innocent, and did not take part in the political decisions of the kingdom. Wang Wei then started thinking for a few seconds. Then he asked, Can you promise that they will live an ordinary life without having any thoughts that they should not have? After saying this, Wang Wei released his killing intent this time. Dong Lifen felt a suffocating breathing slowly squeezing the life out of her. Then she immediately nodded as guarantee. She understood the warning that Wang Wei was given to her. After seeing her nod in agreement, he removed his killing intent and waved his hand to dismiss her. I will believe your words for now. Well, you can fulfill your side of our deal. Dong Lifen sighed and stood from the floor with a forehead that had a slight bruise on it. She looked at her father and left the room. Meanwhile, the sovereign of this kingdom did not speak even a single word throughout the whole interaction. Even when he heard of his daughter's betrayal, he did not flinch or say anything. Wang Wei admired his firm determination. This was a man who accepted defeat and death like a true king, a true ruler. 3 days after the fall of the Eastern Reign Kingdom, all the members of the royal kingdom except for 2 of them were publicly executed. A vision formation was used to broadcast the entire process throughout the entire kingdom. Former Princess Dong Lifen, who was very loved by the people due to her altruism and kindness, made a speech denouncing all the crimes that the royal family committed. She then reassured the citizens of the kingdom that they would be in good hands when the new dynasty was established. She reassured them their lives will be much better from now on. Chapter 109. A few days after the execution of the royal family, someone came to visit him in the Dragon Throne Room. It was Zheng Yi from the Noble Alliance. The past few days have been quite stressful for him, due to the fact the wise sage never mentioned their agreements. Even if he did not immediately attack the nobles, they were still under great pressure. After seeing Wang Wei on the dragon chair, he bowed more than 90 degrees and said, Long live your majesty. May your cultivation rise and be able to live for eternity. Wang Wei looked at him with calm eyes. Then he waved his hand and said, You may rise. Then, Zheng Yi lifted his body to make eye contact with Wang Wei and addressed the reason for his visit. Your Majesty, I wonder whether our agreement is still valid? Of course, as long as you people choose the group of nobles that need to be made an example with, everything is still the same. Zheng Yi sighed a relief after hearing this. Then he further asked, Then when can we sign the soul contract? There is no need for that, answered Wang Wei with a smile on his face. Since you guys believed me to be a man of my words, then continue to strengthen this belief. Zheng Yi frowned after hearing this, but he did not say anything else about this topic. He bowed again and said, Then, I shall bring your words to the Noble Alliance. After the brief conversation, Zheng Yi was dismissed and returned to inform the Noble Alliance of the result. Meanwhile, Wang Wei sneered at these nobles. If it was not the fact that he still needed them to temporarily stabilize his future dynasty, he would have killed them long ago. Unfortunately for him, This kingdom is very similar to Middle-earth's ancient time from his past life when it comes to societal structure. Most knowledge is kept in the hands of these nobles, and they go to extreme length to keep the common people ignorant, uneducated, and uninformed. After reviewing the situation of the previous kingdom, Wang Wei discovered that more than 95% of officials throughout the entire kingdom are related to the nobles' families one way and another. This is one of the reasons that the Noble Alliance is not to worry about the change of dynasty, because whoever is the winner will still need their help if they want to govern the dynasty properly, because they are the true controller of this land, and this has been the case for countless generations and will remain the same for countless years to come. As for the remaining 5%, they are composed of a few scholars with upright morale that refuse to associate with the nobles due to their corrupt behaviors. However, the fate of the remaining 5% was actually quite bleak. All of them were suppressed, killed, or exiled far away from the capital by the Noble Alliance. Wang Wei's next step of action is to promote the people from these 5%, cultivate a group of capable people as soon as possible while he slowly cut off the tentacles of the Noble Alliance from his dynasty. Duke Zheng Mansion. After his meeting with His Majesty Wang Wei, Zheng Yi returned home to his family and reported to the patriarch of the result. Duke Zhengyong was a middle-aged man in the Divine Altar realm, also the current patriarch of the Zheng clan. After receiving the report, he frowned and started thinking about his next course of action. It seems that this new emperor really wants to do something to our families, muttered Zhengyong. So what do we do now? The plan has backfired on us, asked Marquis Lengzan, who was sitting next to the duke. I think it's best to follow the agreement, then let our families lay low for a while. After all, we all know that these extraterrestrial demons will eventually leave this world when their trials are over, responded Viscount Chonglu. And I don't believe that His Majesty would dare to blatantly kill us with all the power that we have in this kingdom. The other two people nodded in agreement. Then Marquis Lengzan suddenly asked, So which family are we going to sacrifice this time? Immediately, the room became silent with only the sound of breathing and slurping being heard. After taking a sip of his tea, Duke Zhengyong said with a smile, It seemed that His Majesty wanted to cause infighting among our alliance and divide us using this method. What a scheming emperor. From the information I gathered, he is less than 100 years old. If only my son had half, no a quarter of his abilities. After sighing for more than 10 seconds, the Duke continued, There is no need to argue about this. We can take this opportunity to get rid of the other two Duke households. However, we cannot let this new emperor think that we are easy to bully. The next day, Wang Wei was having a meeting with many of the ministers that are under his control. He was making plans for the establishment of the new dynasty. Then someone informed that advisor Zhao Feng asked for a meeting. After nodding, Zhao Fenf entered the room with some new information. He informed everyone how the Noble Alliance brought over all the family members of Duke Qiu and Duke Yun. They also brought many space rings with countless wealth in them. There were countless gold, silver, jade, jewelry, and land deeds to countless properties. However, what was weird was the fact that a woman flying brought these things over. Furthermore, immediately afterward, the woman destroyed a building next to the royal palace. After hearing this, the room became silent and many people started thinking. One person suddenly asked, Excuse me, what does the Noble Alliance mean by this? It's a message, or to be precise, a warning, answered Li Jun with a frown on his face. Message? Warning? What kind of warning? It is to tell us that the final card of their family is actually also a supernatural realm cultivator, responded another voice. This time it was Wang Wei who explained. However, the minister who asked the question was still somewhat confused, so he continued to ask, Your Majesty, you have proven that you are way more powerful than any cultivator in the transcending mortality realm, so why would they use this method to warn us? It makes no sense. I am indeed more powerful than cultivators in that realm, however, one of my biggest flaws is the fact that I cannot fly as easily and as fast as them in the air. As long as cultivators in that realm decide to run away, I cannot guarantee that I can prevent them from doing so. And if one of these supernatural realm cultivators decided to hide and use guerrilla tactics and randomly attack the citizens in the different cities located throughout our vast territory, There is nothing I can do about it. Immediately, the minister realized the importance of this warning. Given how these nobles do not give a damn about ordinary people, it is highly likely that they would use such a method. Yan Liling suddenly added to the conversation. The tactic of the Noble Alliance is actually quite brilliant. They used the deal we made with them to get rid of both Duke Qiu and Duke Yun household, two nobles clans that were secretly raised by the previous ruler to balance the rising power of the three most powerful and ancient noble clan in the Eastern Rain Kingdom, the Zheng, Chang and Lung clan. By doing this and handing over their wealth, they showed an act of submission to the new dynasty, while at the same time, they also sent a powerful cultivator to deliver these things as a threat and deterrent, thus securing their place and status for the future. Essentially hitting two birds with one stone. Whoever came up with this idea has quite the tactical mind and political ability. It must have been that old fox Zheng Yong, answered Wang Wei with sneer on his face. From the information I gathered, this old man is the most cunning and vicious of all the nobles. However, it does not matter. I have plenty of time to play these scheming old men. Just wait for me to fully control all the territory of this kingdom. Then I will get rid of them. Soon 2 years passed in a blink of an eye. Today was special for the people from the former Eastern Rain Kingdom. A special day because today was the day that a new dynasty will be formally established on the ashes of the former kingdom. In front of the royal place, Wang Wei was wearing a purple dragon robe with a crown on his head. An altar stood in front of him, while countless government officials stood behind him, with Dong Lifan being the closest to him. She was wearing a robe with many phoenixes on them, and a crown also decorated with phoenixes. She looked breathtakingly beautiful, but also a little nervous. Meanwhile, Wang Wei took out an imperial jade carving of a dragon called the Imperial Seal. This was a symbol of imperial power, and also a treasure that condensed the luck of the Fortune dynasty. This one was brought from the Myriad Emperor world specifically for the trial. Otherwise he would have to use a less effective one from this world. Wang Wei walked in front of the altar, and in front of billions of people watching both personally or from image formation scattered all over the territory, and said, "Heavenly Tao above, in the past years I have conquered vast territory, brought peace to this turbulent land, brought food, knowledge and prosperity to the people of this land. Now I would like to establish a fortune dynasty with the name Great Xia. Please allow it." Originally, Wang Wei wanted to call the dynasty Great Wei, after his name, but given the fact there used to be a dynasty with that name, he chose the name of the empire he ruled during the Fourth Pagoda trials instead. After executing the ceremony, Wang Wei suddenly felt a vast and powerful will appeared above the altar. Then the will thoroughly scanned the entire territory under his rule. It checked the size of the territory, the living condition of the people, their happiness and satisfaction with their new ruler. After that, countless golden lights from all the land people came together in the sky to form a golden dragon with 9 claws. The dragon had beautiful and powerful scales all over its body. This dragon was the manifestation of the Great Xia dynasty's luck. This time, it was not only Wang Wei who saw it, but all the citizens of his territory. This is the difference between a fortune dynasty and a regular one. The gathering and manifestation of Qi luck. Immediately afterwards, all the citizens knelt down and said at the same time, long live your majesty to eternity." This sound riveted throughout the entire dynasty, forming a beautiful harmony of heaven and earth. The sound then seemed to blend with the sky. Then many auspicious clouds manifested above the sky, turning the heaven into a golden luster. Immediately afterwards, the golden dragon roared into the heaven. Then the character for Xia appeared from his mouth, flew over to Wang Wei's hand and turned into a scroll with the words "Conferred God List," written as a title. He then read the words inscribed on them. Conferred God List, Emperor, Empress, First Consort, Prime Minister, and so on. After reading the title or positions of the list, he frowned after seeing the questions marks behind the emperor name. He sighed as he knew that what he feared the most had happened. Chapter 110. Logically speaking, the name after the emperor on the conferred god list should be Wang Wei. However, something went wrong. His luck was supposed to blend in with the luck of the dynasty. However, Due to the fact that it had turned black after he broke through the 13th layer of the body refining realm, heaven and earth did not recognize or acknowledge such chi luck dragon. Wang Wei could feel that the state of his luck was actually quite beneficial to him later on his cultivation path. But there is a high chance that if he left it like that he might receive a crappy talent when he broke into the supernatural realm, as heaven and earth did recognize his existence. Or to be precise, his luck. However, Wang Wei was not too worried by this, as he already had a plan. He could feel that his luck dragon was special, and he needed a specific way to control it. Unfortunately, despite having studied the secret method given by the sect on how to properly control luck, he did not know how to control his own. As such, Wang Wei theorized that as long as he had enough knowledge about luck, he could find a solution to his problem. Before then, he needed to use the scientific method of observing and recording how luck is controlled. As such, he needed a volunteer, a test subject. And he had already found one, Dong Lifan. The reason that he wanted her as his empress was not just because of the need for her to provide his cause with legitimacy, or to use her prestige to calm down the people and increase the peoples belonging to the new dynasty. No, all of these reasons were secondary. The main reason was that he needed her to be close to him so that he could observe and study her chi luck for his own benefit. After the founding of the nation ceremony, Wang Wei returned to his throne room with all the officials there waiting. He has been waiting for this day for many years. Although he could have founded a country 2 years ago, however, with the luck he had at that time, the country would have probably turned into a kingdom instead of a dynasty. Wang Wei did not want to go through the process of updating from kingdom to dynasty, so he waited when the territory's luck was enough for the founding nation to be directly elevated to dynasty. Wang Wei then took out the conferred god list and the imperial seal. The purpose of the list is to bless each official on it with the luck of the dynasty. The higher the rank, the more luck they will be blessed with. Luck blessing has many advantages. It can increase the speed of cultivation. For example, Wang Wei as the emperor is the highest official in the kingdom, and he has a blessing of 9 times the cultivating speed of a normal person. Then the Empress Dong Lifan will have at least 8 times the cultivating speed. The different consort and concubines in the palace will have different levels of benefit bonus to their cultivation speed. The same rules applied to other official positions such as Prime Minister or Chancellor. Another benefit that luck provides is the increase in comprehension ability, although it is not as exaggerated as several times the increase in cultivation speed. The increase is high enough to be easily noticeable, especially for the people of this world who have low talent. As long as you have a high position in the dynasty, you can still cultivate to higher realms without having to be hindered by innate talent. As for Wang Wei's group, a high position made it easier for them to absorb the luck they needed for this trial. After taking the list, Wang Wei began to officially seal different people in different positions. He first sealed Dong Lifan as the empress. Immediately afterward, she felt that the world around her was more clear. The blood qi inside her body seemed to move faster and more easily. After Dong Lifan, Wang Wei began to seal his group into different positions. In order to properly govern his dynasty, Wang Wei combined many different political systems from his past life. He divided all the officials into 9 grades, with grade 1 being the highest and grade 9 the lowest. Then he created a cabinet that helped him share the burden of governing the world. In the cabinet, only officials grade 3 and above are allowed to enter. Also, there were 3 grade 1 positions in the cabinet. Yan Liling served as the chancellor, in charge of the overall political situations of the entire dynasty. Furthermore, as an alchemist, she is also responsible for the logistics of the dynasty, like taking care of the spiritual gardens, procuring new spiritual medicines and refining pills for the entire dynasty. In fact, Yan Liling had an overwhelming amount of power in the Great Xia dynasty. If it was any other ordinary kingdom or dynasty, the emperor would never allow one person to wield so much power. Unfortunately for the 4 of them, this dynasty is nothing but a trial and no one really cares about such things as power and control. Another grade 1 position was the Grand Commandant, which was Li Jun's official position. He was in charge of the entire dynasty's military power, from recruitment to funding to military deployment. Wang Wei basically gave all the military power to Li Jun and decided to be lazy. Of course, This was due to the trust he had in Li Jun, and the fact that a large military did not play a big role to cultivators like him in this world. With his strength, he could single-handedly destroy an army of more than 1,000,000 soldiers. After his position was established in the conferred god list, Li Jun did feel the increase in cultivation speed, although just slightly. In fact, this made sense. The 8 times increase in cultivation speed is based on the average people of this world. To a talented person like Li Jun, this has little to no effect on him. Not to mention that his cultivation was soon reaching the peak that this world allowed. So, the effect was not significant to him or Wang Wei and Yan Liling. However, Li Jun did benefit from the increase in his comprehension ability. He smiled happily as he could use less time to understand the heaven-fighting scripture. The last grade 1 position was called by Wang Wei as the Grand Censorate, and was given to Wang Ju. Just like the name implied, this was a position in charge of secretly monitoring both the officials of the dynasty and people from foreign dynasties. This position can be called the Eye of the Emperor. Of all the 3 grade 1 positions, this was the one that Wang Wei placed the most heavy emphasis on. He used Wang Ju's spying ability to monitor all the corruption in his territory and eliminate them. As Wang Wei's purpose is to gather luck, he needed his territory to be free from corruption, so that the people's heart can be at peace, and thus stabilizing the luck of the dynasty. Additionally, he needs to be informed of what is going on in different dynasties to prepare for future war. The fastest way to increase luck is to conquer more land, and increase the territory of the dynasty. After sealing the 3 of them for their position, Wang Wei spent a few hours sealing other people as well. The whole process took quite some time. Then a meeting to report the situation of the dynasty occurred. The Minister of Agriculture stepped to the front and kowtowed in the ground. "I have failed Your Majesty's expectation. The grains that you asked me to cultivate have failed." Wang Wei frowned and said, "You can get up. Give me your report on the process." After hearing this, the minister stood up and handed a document, and ceded to someone on the side, who then handed it to Wang Wei. In fact, Wang Wei hated these tedious processes, but he also knew that it is something necessary to act with certain decorum in formal occasions. Since he is the emperor of a dynasty, it is considered ungentlemanly or impolite to directly receive something directly from his subject. After receiving the paper, he started reading the paper. After conquering the Eastern Rain Kingdom 2 years ago, Wang Wei started to focus heavily on 2 topics, one of which was agriculture. In order to be able to feed the whole kingdom, he spread knowledge on how to properly cultivate the land. Of course, he did not stop there. After giving the people enough time to adapt to these methods, Wang Wei began to use scientific methods to farm. Of course, Wang Wei did not have access to technology from his past life even with his eidetic memory. However, he was still a relatively powerful refiner and array master. As such, he created many puppets to replace manual labor in farms. He created formations to regulate temperature, humidity, and pH of plants. He worked with Yan Liling to create pills that can replace chemical fertilizers. In simple words, Wang Wei used the power of cultivation to revolutionize the daily lives of ordinary people. Of course, many cultivators complained, but Wang Wei used both force and rewards to encourage these people to do the job he wanted them to do. As for the failure that the Minister of Agriculture spoke of, it was because Wang Wei asked his department to use the concept of hybridization to cultivate specific grains that can grow rapidly solely based on the amount of spiritual qi in the environment. The specific crop would be able to absorb spiritual qi from heaven and earth to accelerate the rate that it grows and mature. If the process had succeeded, Wang Wei would set up a spirit gathering array, then plant these seeds and watch as they grow exponentially rapidly, thus increasing the amount of food for the entire dynasty. If he succeeded, he would have accomplished something incredible. Imagine an entire dynasty, no, an entire world free from hunger and starvation due to abundant food and nourishment. This would be quite extraordinary. After reading the paper and analyzing the failed product, Wang Wei sighed for a while before starting to think to himself. It seemed that the laws of science do not really apply to the cultivation world, or at least, not 100%. And maybe I am way over my head. I should think that it would not be easy to make such a heaven-defying thing. What I tried to do was essentially turning something rotten into something magical. Maybe, only a great emperor, who cultivates the Tao of good fortune, could create such a magical seed that can change the course of an entire civilization. Chapter 111. The meeting lasted for quite some time as Wang Wei had many things to review before everyone was dismissed. However, one person remained behind to have a private conversation with Wang Wei. It was Empress Dong Lifan. Wang Wei moved his head to his side and looked at her still sitting in her phoenix throne and asked, "Do you have anything else to say to me?" Dong Lifan then stood up, bowed properly and said, "I would like to thank your majesty for keeping his words and treating the people as well as you do." Wang Wei waved his hand and replied, "Rise. There is no need to thank me. As I said before, this is just a trial to me and doing so will benefit me greatly." "That may be true, your majesty," answered Dong Lifan, still in the bowing posture. "However, I have seen the information about the other kingdoms and dynasties. None of your peers spent so much time and effort on the livelihood of the people. Although the lives of the common people have improved dramatically, compared to the changes in our kingdom. And all of this is due to your majesty's divine vision." Wang Wei smiled and held her up. "You can rise now, and I will accept your praise." After setting her down in her throne, he suddenly asked, "I've been wondering, why are you still in the body refining realm 11th layer? With your talent and cultivation resources you have access to, you should have long entered the divine sea realm." Dong Lifan, who was in the process of brewing tea for Wang Wei, suddenly paused and a stiff smile was stuck on her face. Then she continued as if nothing ever happened. "I'm just making sure that my foundation is very solid in each realm, that's all." However, the observant Wang Wei still caught on to her actions and seemed to have thought something. "You are quite ambitious. Not satisfied with having a supreme foundation, and wanting to have a Tao foundation instead." Dong Lifan immediately lowered her head after hearing Wang Wei's words. Without looking him in the eyes, she rapidly served the tea, almost spilling on him. Suddenly, an idea appeared in Wang Wei's mind. As such, he reassured her. "You do not need to be afraid or anxious. There is nothing wrong with being ambitious. Unfortunately, the secret to having a Tao foundation is the highest one of my sect. And even with my status, I would be in a great deal of trouble if I revealed it to you. And even this world might be implicated if news were to spread out that I leaked one of the sect's highest secrets." After hearing this, Dong Lifan's head was further lowered, and she even secretly sighed to herself. "Although I cannot tell you how to make a breakthrough," continued Wang Wei, "I can still provide you with some help." Dong Lifan raised her head with a swift motion. Then her dreamy eyes looked at Wang Wei with an unknown twinkle on them. Right in this moment, she unknowingly exuded a fleeting and ethereal beauty. The answer to your problem is actually right in front of you. Luck. The dynasty's luck or fortune has many magical and unimaginable means. If you study it thoroughly, you may find a way to elevate your foundation to the level of Tao. But your majesty, the luck of the dynasty can only be controlled by you alone. Since I have mentioned it, that means I have a way around this. When I'm not busy, you can come find me, and I will use the imperial seal to allow you control over the dynasty's luck. I'll even provide you with my experience in breaking through the body refining 12th layer." Dong Lifan wanted to immediately object. Control of a dynasty's luck is the symbol of an emperor. It is proof of their status and power. How could she use such a thing? Even if she wanted to, the ministers of the court would never allow it. They would instantly accuse her of having the idea of revolt, and ask that she be deposed of her status immediately. Maybe even worse, they might ask that she be executed for treason. Dong Lifan was well aware that many ministers of the court did not like her, or approved of her, especially given the fact that she was the remains of the last dynasty. Many people have already complained and asked His Majesty to reduce her status to consorts. Fortunately for her, His Majesty did not care about these people and always ignored him. Otherwise her status would be greatly affected. Dong Lifan looked at the calm Wang Wei and realized that he was different from other emperors, and he had secretly been protecting her. She blushed slightly, and with a look of determination, bowed once again and said, "Then, I will gladly accept your Majesty's favor and grace." Afterwards, the two of them chatted over tea before Dong Lifen left towards her own palace with steady strides and a wide smile. Wang Wei watched the empress leaving and a gleam of light flashed deep into his jeweled gray eyes. It seemed that there was no need for me to find a way for her to be interested in studying luck. After all, there is no greater motivation than the desire for self-improvement, muttered Wang Wei with a cunning smile on his face. Then he headed to his cultivation room. Meanwhile, after the meeting, both Li Jun and Yan Liling exited the palace together. They looked at the moonlight enveloping the entire capital. Unfortunately, the brightness of the moon was overshadowed by the beautifully lit city. As Li Jun walked and chatted with Yan Liling, he observed how many houses had lamps that illuminate the night. However, the lamps did not have fire burning in them, but exuded powerful lights that can be seen from far distances. Suddenly, Li Jun looked at Yan Liling and said, "I suddenly had the urge to visit Rainbow City. So late at night? Well, it won't take long anyway. Okay, let's go." After the two of them agreed, they walked to a corner of a lighted street and waved their hands. Soon, a carriage came and stopped in front of them and the driver said, "Young master and miss, did you call for a flying horse carriage?" The two of them nodded and entered the carriage and said to the driver through a glass window, "Drop us at the Dragon Launch Station." "No problem," responded the driver. Then he pressed a button. Immediately afterwards, countless runes lit up on the carriage. The driver placed both hands on a circular wooden barrel top and steered the carriage. The carriage, who was in fact driven by a wooden horse that had 4 wheels for legs, started to move forward rapidly on a street large enough for more than 10 carriages to pass through. Despite this, though, each carriage followed a single line and ran behind each other without trying to surpass each other. A few minutes on the road, the driver suddenly said to the both of them, "I cannot believe that your majesty created such a magical carriage for the common people. Now, traveling has become so easy." "It is indeed a brilliant invention," responded Li Jun. "I heard the original name was a CA car. I wonder if it's true?" "It's true, however. The officials of the court argue that the people would be intimidated by the new and unrecognizable name, and it is better to use something more familiar. As such, the name flying horse carriage was used. Well, personally, I think the current name is quite pleasing." The driver seemed not surprised that these two passengers had access to sensitive information such as this. The reason for that is the fact that the driver had already guessed that these two people had a powerful background based on the clothes they were wearing. As a person who has been driving a carriage for quite some time now, he has learned to identify customers with prestigious and noble backgrounds based on their clothes and demeanor. Seeing that these customers were actually quite amiable, the driver continued to chat with them. "I have been living in the capital for many years and have experienced many things in my life, but I have never seen a place change as much as the capital did in the past 2 years. You cannot find any dirt or filth in the entire city. There are no beggars lying everywhere. Everyone has proper clothes to wear. And more importantly are those new immortal lamps that can light up by themselves without fire. I can tell you my wife was the happiest when our family bought our first immortal lamp. I only had to save for a month to be able to afford it. You can imagine my surprise when I heard that such a heavenly thing actually costs so little. At first, I thought this was some kind of scam. However, when my neighbor bought his first immortal lamp and told me that the price was actually real, I was so happy that I went to buy a statue of your majesty to pray for blessing for him." The driver sighed and looked a little distracted for a brief moment before regaining his bearing. "I know that the law of the dynasty does not allow people to pray to His Majesty, but I couldn't help myself. And after I bought the immortal lamp, my son was also very happy. He no longer had to squint in the candlelight when studying." Chapter 112. Both Wang Wei and Yan Liling looked at the driver that seemed to want to release himself by talking to someone, and they sighed. This realized how much of an impact their big brother has on this world, and the amount of changes he brought to the people. This driver is just among the billions of people whose lives that their big brother has changed over the past 2 years. After a brief pause of reminiscing, the driver did not stop talking and continued on. "Don't get me started on the sage book that the school provided to my son. Not only was the school free to attend, they even provided the student with an immortal artifact like this. I heard my son say that his teacher was talking to him directly through the book. So, how does this thing work anyway? It's not actually talking to him, but placing him in an illusion. Illusion. Yes, answered Yen Liling. The Sage Book has an illusion array carved on it that places the students into a powerful illusion where they can review their teacher's lecture and knowledge. With this illusion, the students can have knowledge directly placed inside their minds, thus skipping the process of memorizing things. They can also have access to every teacher's lecture anywhere and anytime. Big Brother. His Majesty created this method to be able to quickly train officials for the dynasty. Of course, Yen Liling only briefly summarized the purpose of this book, and did not mention many of the revolutionary ideas in them. For example, while in the illusion, the people will enter a state of deep focus in which their spirits will be enhanced to the extreme, thus dramatically increasing the learning abilities of each student. In order not to be affected, each school is required to properly feed each student, as thus intense focus can have a negative effect on the body. In order to create this origin artifact, her big brother had to study illusion with Su AI for months. As a person knowledgeable in ruins, Yen Liling had to marvel at such innovative use of runes and refining. The driver listened attentively and nodded. Although I don't understand what you are saying, said the driver, I'm still happy that His Majesty created such an immortal artifact. Suddenly, Yen Liling frowned and asked, shouldn't you know some of these things? According to the law, each driver of the flying horse carriage needs to be illiterate and pass a test to be able to publicly steer one. The driver smiled with embarrassment and hurriedly answered, I did not go to school to learn, but my son taught me how to read and I passed the test. This is my permit. After saying this, the driver took out a paper from his steering department and showed it to Yen Liling through the glass window that separated them. After checking the permit, Yen Liling nodded and said, it seemed to be a legal one. You must be very intelligent to be able to learn reading on your own. The driver blushed a little after hearing the compliment and responded, at that time, I was still working hard with a normal chariot to save enough money to buy the horse-flying one. I could tell at one glance that this new carriage was going to be the standard from now on, so I wanted to be one of the first people to get one. However, I would have wasted a lot of time if I had to go to school every day to learn, so I just asked my son to teach me in person. Thanks to heaven, no, thanks to His Majesty's blessing, I was able to pass the test and get my license. Both Li Jun and Yen Liling nodded, and continued chatting throughout the rest of the journey. A few minutes later, the two of them arrived at their destination, paid the driver and secretly gave him a very handsome red envelope. After the two of them left, the driver muttered to himself, my wife would never believe that such a fairy-like sister actually commented on how smart I am. That old woman never appreciated my wisdom. Hey, I should have listened to my son and bought one of those magical flutes that put other people's voices on them. What was it called again? Right, voice-storing flute. However, these things are too expensive. After saying that, the driver got in his carriage and drove out, searching for his next passenger. Meanwhile, Li Jun and Yen Liling arrived at their destination, the Dragon Launch Station. Then they went to buy their boarding permits. After showing their identification card, the woman responsible for providing the permit was immediately flustered for a moment and said, Your Excellencies, as high-ranking officials, boarding permits are actually free. You do not need to pay. However, both Li Jun and Yen Liling shook their heads and still paid for their permits. Then they waited for a few minutes. Soon, they heard a melodious voice echoing throughout the station. The crawling dragon construct has arrived. All passengers prepared to board and stay away from the doors. After the announcement, Li Jun and Yen Liling saw a wooden construct in the shape of a dragon traveling rapidly on a pre-established track before stopping. Then many scales on the dragon construct opened up horizontally, following which, countless people exited the construct and left in different directions. Afterwards, both Li Jun and Yen Liling entered the construct. They searched for a while before finding a private carriage with a few people on them. I cannot believe that puppets could be used in such a way, marveled Li Jun and with stars twinkling in his eyes. That's true. responded Yan Liling after sitting down. Big Brother Wang Wei has been complaining that the transportation methods of this world were so slow and tiring. So he found a way to improve it. Yeah. What is more impressive was that he did not just use such marvelous origin artifacts only for cultivators, but found ways to commercialize it by making sure it can be controlled by mortals. However, many of the cultivators in the court object to making cultivating objects accessible to mortals. All of them have such low vision, replied Yan Liling with a sneer on her face. Li Jun looked at his companion with a wry smile on his face. There is no need to criticize them. Even in our world, the cultivators would react the same way they did. In fact, if we were not influenced by Big Brother, can you guarantee that we would not respond the same way? Yan Liling did not answer his question. After a few seconds, she said, "What a weird word, commercialize. Big Brother always has a bunch of weird names. Didn't he want to call the crawling dragon construct a train? I heard my mother say that all geniuses have weird habits. So, my little genius, what is your weird habit?" asked Yan Liling with charming eyes that could mesmerize most men. Li Jun then whispered in her ears, "How about I show you my weirdness tonight, when we are alone?" Yan Liling immediately blushed and pushed Li Jun away and said, "Not here in public." Li Jun smirked a little and moved his head away, looking at the window in order not to further embarrass his wife. After a few minutes, Yan Liling had regained her composure and asked, "What are you thinking so deeply about?" "I'm thinking whether the human emperor was as good as Big Brother Wang Wei." After hearing this, Yan Liling also had a pensive look on her face. "Who is the human emperor you are talking about?" said a sudden melodious voice while the two of them were thinking. They both turned their voice in the direction of the voice. There, they saw a beautiful young girl looking at them. The beautiful girl was dressed with a refined hanfu. She had a very calm temperament, and eyes full of vicissitudes that contradicted her youthful face. Yan Liling took a good look at her before saying, "Are you the Empress Master you see you?" The beautiful girl then sat next to the two of them after an invitation. "Looking at your face, you must have broken through the divine altar realm," said Yan Liling with a smile. Yu Siyu bowed and said, "Thank you, Miss Yan Liling, for the pills you provided. No problem. As long as you work hard for the Big Brother, you will always be rewarded. So what are you doing here?" After hearing Yan Liling's question, Yu Siyu sighed and answered, "After my breakthrough about a month ago, I exited my seclusion to find the capital. No, the entire kingdom has changed dramatically. So, I decided to travel around to get acquainted with the changes that have occurred. Today, I decided to spend the whole day traveling to different parts of the dynasty through the crawling dragon construct, when I overheard your conversations just now. So that's how it is. I'm still very curious about your world, especially this human emperor you just mentioned. If you don't mind, could you please tell me about him?" Both Li Jun and Yan Liling looked at each other for a brief moment. Noticing this, Yu Siyu quickly said, "If this is some sort of secret, you do not have to say anything." "No, it's not like that," answered Li Jun. "We were just a little surprised by the sudden question. As for the human emperor, he was a legendary character from our world." Chapter 113. After taking a brief moment of recollection, Yan Liling began to explain the origin and story of the human emperor. "You should have learned about the differences of worlds from the Empress, right?" asked Yan Liling. "Yes, Funner has explained to me the differences between Lower Thousands World and Greater Thousands Worlds. She even mentioned the fact that the world you guys came from is a Heavenwell world, which is a world that can give birth to a great emperor," answered Yu Siyu with a look of envy and yearning in her eyes. "Well, as one of the highest levels of worlds in the endless void, you can imagine how long its history stood," continued Yan Liling. "In order to properly study it, the cultivators in our world have divided our history into different eras. 9 to be precise. First there was the chaotic era. However, we do not know much about this era except for the fact that our world was just born and as such, completely inhabitable by any living creatures, both living and non-living. After that came the primordial era. In that time, heavenly Tao was completed and living beings came to our world. In current time, all we know is the fact that this era was inhabited by many fierce innate life forms such as primordial gods, dragons and phoenixes. There are rumors that the name of our world's current 5 continents was named after these innate beings. After saying this, Liling paused for a moment and realized that her explanation might take some time, and it was inappropriate to be constantly talking the whole time. As such, she secretly elbowed Li Jun, who immediately understood her meaning. As such, he took a few minutes to brew tea for the 3 of them. After serving the tea, he said, "This is some of the Wuxia tea that I have secretly stolen from Big Brother Wang Wei." Yu smiled happily after hearing this, then drank her tea with a smile on her face. Just having the opportunity to drink this tea again was worth her trip today. I never understood Big Brother Wang Wei's love for Wuxia tea. Although it is one of the best teas in our world, there are still many that are as good as it, if not better, commented Liling. That's because you never tasted it when Big Brother used his secret brewing method. I don't know what ingredient he used, but the taste of the tea was magically transformed into something beyond wonders, answered Li Jun with a reminiscent look on his face. I remember the first time that I tasted it. The taste was simply heavenly. Afterward, I spent more than a year pestering him to give me the recipe, but he refused. What's even worse was the fact that he even refused to brew it for me with his special recipe afterwards. If I did not complain to Uncle Wang Tian, he probably would never have brewed the tea for me again. Liling then realized why both Li Jun and Wang Wei were so in love with this tea. It seemed that both of them had their own secret recipe that they shared together. She secretly clenched her teeth and complained about how these guys are leaving her out. She vowed to get her revenge. Li Jun suddenly felt that his companion changed somehow and looked at her, but he did not find anything, so he believed that he must be thinking too much. After taking a sip of her tea, Liling continued her explanation towards Wuxia, who was happily drinking her tea. Where was I again in my explanation? You mentioned your world's different eras in history, especially the primordial era. Yes, the primordial era. After that era came the beginning emperor era. We do not know much about this era except for the fact that a human by the name of Long Guo was the first person to prove the Tao, and took the name of the heaven-opening emperor. Then came the void or null era. In fact, in our current era, nothing is actually known about this era, hence the name. However, after years of study, many cultivators believe that a terrifying catastrophe enveloped our world. As a result, all the primordial gods and innate life forms like dragon, phoenixes, and Qilin became extinct in our world. No, to be precise, they were gone. What's even worse was that after the null era, the cultivation civilization in our world was completely destroyed or cut off. There were no cultivation techniques, no formation or pill inheritance left. Everything had to start over. Wuxia almost choked on her tea after hearing this. Based on the information that her disciples had told her, she knew how powerful the world of these people is. However, she just learned that something as severe as inheritance being cut off actually happened to them. Immediately afterwards, cold sweat started falling from Wuxia's back. If even such a powerful world can suffer such tragedy, then doesn't that mean her little thousand world could be destroyed at any moment from threats from above? The endless void is really a place of constant danger where anything could happen, thought Wuxia to herself. Meanwhile, Liling continued her story. After the null era, many genius cultivators sought to rebuild the civilization of our world and succeeded. The first of which was the founder of our sect, Wang Qishan, also referred to as Emperor Qiyuan. After creating the origin path cultivating system and spreading it out, he proved the Tao and became a great emperor. Emperor Qiyuan then successfully started the ancient emperor era. Founder? Yes, the founder of our sect. Are you saying that the founder of the sect you guys came from created the cultivating method that we are currently using in this world? That's exactly right, answered Liling with a little pride on her face. Meanwhile, a great turmoil was going on inside Wuxia's mind. Although she guessed that these young people had extraordinary status, she did not think that their status was so noble. Especially when it comes to His Majesty Wang Wei. She noticed how he was the leader of the group. Additionally, given the fact that he shared the same surname as Emperor Qiyuan, There is a high chance that he is his direct descendant. After taking a mouthful of tea to calm herself down, she asked, "What about the human emperor you mentioned before?" Yes, the human emperor was also an ancient emperor. In fact, he was the last great emperor of that era. To be precise, he ended that era. Near the end of the ancient emperor era, our world faced another disaster. The first great emperor from the demon race was born. Demon race? Oh right, I forgot that your world does not have a demon race. You should be aware of demonic beasts. You then nodded. Their world does have demonic beasts living in mountains, ocean, and mainly forests. The majority of these beasts are way more powerful than ordinary cultivators. After a demonic beast enters Tier 4, or the supernatural realm, most of them will go through heavenly tribulation to turn into humans. However, some demonic beasts with powerful bloodlines can turn into human shape the moment they are born. However, these demonic beasts are quite arrogant and refuse to acknowledge that they are the same as the other demonic beasts with lower intelligence and bloodlines. As such, they referred to themselves as the demon race instead. You understood her meaning as similar things happened in this word. There is a group of humans who swallowed the blood of demonic beasts and survived the process. This method granted them extraordinary abilities that normal humans or cultivators do not have. As such, these groups of people refused to acknowledge themselves as just human and called themselves the blood human race. After a brief explanation, Yen Liling continued her story. After the demon race gave birth to their first great emperor, he did not behave morally upright like the other human emperors. He started to conquer the entire world, while killing all the humans. Wherever he went, he would either kill all the people or enslave them in servitude of the demon race. Many powerful emperor lineage fought against the Golden Ape Great Emperor with either their emperor artifacts or formations. However, it was of no use. Yen Liling paused for a moment to take a sip of tea. Meanwhile, you wondered how she could remain so calm about this. The Golden Ape Great Emperor, as the most powerful cultivator of the world at that time, was simply unstoppable. Any people who attacked him would either be killed or suppressed. All the cultivators of our world were desperate and thought that the end of the human race was coming. That was until the human emperor appeared. His origins were unknown and mysterious. However, he came up with a brilliant idea. The idea was to create a fortune dynasty and gather the luck of the entire human race to be able to fight the Golden Ape Emperor. You had a weird look on her face. She could not understand how this was a great idea as fortune dynasties existed all over this world. You might think that this is just a common idea, explained Yen Liling with a smile on her face. However, you have to understand that fortune dynasties did not exist back then in our world. This was not just an act of creating a country, but the human emperor essentially created or passed down a brand new Tao to our world. Of course, many cultivators today have debated that there might have been methods to create fortune dynasties before the Null Era. However, there is no evidence to prove such a claim. It was then that you understood the meaning behind the human emperor's action. To her now, the fortune dynasty might be a common thing that she is used to seeing. However, back then, this method was actually quite revolutionary and extraordinary. Not just anyone could actually think of something as brilliant as this, especially given the dire situation the human emperor was at that time. Not to mention that given the connection her world has to the myriad emperor word, there is a high chance that the method of creating a fortune dynasty also originated from there. Chapter 114. Yen Liling looked at Wuxia and realized that she understood the significance of the human emperor's plan back then. She nodded and continued her explanation of their world's history. After the human emperor came up with this idea, many powerful cultivators and sects agreed with him. They worked together to create the first and only unified dynasty of our world, the Great Qin Dynasty. The human emperor was voted as the ruler of such a powerful dynasty after many negotiations among the cultivators of the world. With the power of luck of the entire human race, the human emperor was able to fight head-on with the Golden Ape Great Emperor despite being in the supreme realm. Or at the very least, he could keep him from interfering in ordinary people's battle. This human emperor sounded like a great cultivator. So what happened with the war between the two races? Asked Yu with intrigued. Without the Golden Ape Emperor's intervention, the human army fought a harsh and terrible war with the demon race. After countless millennia, the human race was victorious. The territory of the human race covered the entire Myriad Emperor world. All 5 continents were then conquered. This was an unprecedented feat never done before, even to this day. This time Yu nodded calmly. However, she was not that impressed given the fact that their entire world was conquered many times by powerful dynasties. Although these dynasties did not last long, they still accomplished a great deed that left their names engraved in the annals of history. Yan Liling noticed Yu's lack of awe at such an amazing feat, and could guess the reason. It seems you do not understand the meaning of such a thing, so let me further explain. Do you think that your world is big? Yu then nodded. She knew how big her world was. With her previous cultivation level, it would take her years to travel all over it. Even with her current realm, she would have to spend months traveling nonstop at full speed to be able to travel throughout the entire world. After saying her nods her head, Yan Liling then continued. Well, I can honestly tell you that your entire world is probably the size of about 5 to 10 domains in our world. And each of the 5 continents have 3,000 domains. And some domains are actually huge in size. For example, the Heavenspan domain that our Tao opening sect is located in is probably a few times larger than this world. Yu looked at Yan Liling with her mouth wide open. She could not fathom how vast their world actually was. Not to mention the fact their world was actually one of the many heavenly worlds existing in the endless void. Yu sighed and realized how insignificant she was in the grand scheme of the universe. She sighed and realized that only by following and cultivating her own Tao or path that she can find inner peace and fulfillment in her life. After coming to this realization, Yu's state of mind was sublimated. Her foundation was stabilized and her cultivation that had just breakthrough was further loosened. Both Li Jun and Yan Liling noticed this change, and were not surprised. Sometimes low vision can be an obstacle for cultivators in their path of pursuing the Tao. Of course, they also secretly praised Yu. Not all cultivators can accept it when their world views are shattered and rebuilt. Just the fact that she was able to accept such things so quickly, and rebuild her views so quickly preceded that she is a person with extraordinary willpower. Li Jun cupped his hands together and said, Congratulations fellow Taoist Yu for being able to break through the shackles of the state of mind. Then Yan Liling did the same thing as well. Yu happily accepted their blessing with a smile on her face. After taking a brief moment to calm down, she continued to ask about the human emperor. After the Great Qin dynasty conquered the world, the human emperor had enough luck to be able to fight equally against the Golden Ape Emperor instead of just barely defending. However, immediately afterwards, the cultivators of that time faced a problem. Despite the fact the human emperor was equal to a great emperor in battle strength, he was still a supreme realm cultivator. After a few millions of years, his lifespan would eventually come to an end. Meanwhile, the Golden Ape Great Emperor was actually immortal. He could wait for the death of the human emperor before counterattacking against the human race. Additionally, internal disputes started to happen inside the Great Qin dynasty. The only reason that the cultivators banded together was to fight against the Golden Ape Emperor. As such, they refused for him to choose a successor from his children to inherit the throne. Not to mention the fact that it was debatable whether one of his descendants could bear the power of such tremendous amounts of luck. However, even if one could, what about their character? The reason that the human emperor was chosen as the ruler of the Great Qin dynasty was due to his strength, charisma, and noble character. Nonetheless, the other cultivators feared that the human emperor's descendants would be corrupted by power, and became a tyrant that abused said power. At that time, some people suggested choosing the next emperor based on other powerful cultivators in the world. However, no candidate could actually be chosen. Before the war with the demon race, many of the sects and factions had enmity with each other, so they refused to let their enemies or competitors become more powerful than them. Yan Liling then took a sip of tea to moisturize her throat. Then, she looked at Li Jun who seemed to be distracted thinking about something. During that time, the Great Qin dynasty came close to destruction due to internal politics. However, the human emperor came up with another brilliant solution to the problem. He noticed that Heavenly Tao disliked the Golden Ape Emperor. Many of his methods were harmful to the world. As such, he suffered from countless divine punishment. However, the Golden Ape Emperor was too strong and simply ignored the punishment. Based on this fact, the human emperor decided to use the entire human's qi luck as a medium to sacrifice to Heavenly Tao to create a heaven will. This was a crazy idea, as all the cultivators in the world were aware of the fact that only one heaven will appear in one generation, and the Golden Ape Emperor had already acquired it. To everyone's surprise, this method actually worked. A second heaven will appeared in one generation. Soon afterward, the human emperor proved the Tao and became a great emperor. In fact, even the title of human emperor was granted to him by Heavenly Tao itself. Both Yan Liling and Wuxia sighed. Hearing this story felt like listening to a mythical story written solely for the purpose of entertainment. The human emperor sounded like the protagonist of a legendary tale. What happened after that? What happened to the Golden Ape Emperor and the demon race? Asked Wuxia. According to records, the human emperor had a fierce battle with the Golden Emperor after proving the Tao. In the end, he managed to kill the Golden Ape Emperor. After hearing this, Wuxia gasped out loud as her worldview was once again shattered. She just learned that the most powerful and noblest of beings, a great emperor, was actually killed. Wuxia and all the cultivators of the world always pursued being a great emperor. Although all of them did not even know what a great emperor was, including Wuxia, until the extraterrestrial demon came to this world. They still imagined it as this being powerful beyond measure, beyond comprehension, beyond imagination. And the way they described and imagined a great emperor was even proven to be true by these foreign cultivators. No, it was proven to be more than they believed. However, Wuxia just learned that these powerful beings could actually be killed. How could she not be shocked? However, after taking a few minutes to think about the situation, she realized that it made sense. Only a powerful cultivator on the same level could actually accomplish such a feat. After taking a few minutes to calm down, she asked, "What happened to the demon race afterwards?" After the fall of the Golden Ape Emperor, the majority of human cultivators wanted to exterminate the demon race to prevent such tragedy from happening again. However, the human emperor disagreed. He argued that humans should not be the sole race in the world, that we need powerful competitors to keep us vigilant, otherwise, we will become prideful and arrogant, thus stop making progress. And the demon race was the perfect opponent for the human race. As such, instead of killing all of them, the human emperor banished the demon race into the weakest continent of the world, while leaving the other continents for humanity. However, the human emperor also did not want his race to face a similar situation in the future, so he took preventive measures. He sacrificed the entire luck of the Great Qin dynasty, who at that time embodied the luck of the entire human race, and created a powerful formation. This formation, known as the Human Preservation Array, encircled the entire myriad emperor world, and served only one purpose: to protect humans from powerful alien races in times of need. After the human emperor disappeared, each emperor after him would further strengthen this formation, ensuring the protection of the human race. Of course, that was until the Devil era, but that's a completely different story. Wuxia sighed as she pondered how vast and brilliant the world these people live in. Then, she remembered the promise that His Majesty made to her disciple, and was quite excited for the future. After chatting with the two for a while, Wuxia arrived at her destination and left the crawling dragon construct with a delightful smile on her face. Chapter 115. Yan Liling took notice of Li Jun's distraction midway through her narration, so, after Wuxia left, she asked him what he was thinking about so deeply that he was being so rude to a guest. "Oh, I just suddenly remembered the time me and big brother Wang Wei had to learn about the human emperor, when we were young." "Did something interesting happen?" asked Yan Liling with an intriguing look on her face. "Yes. At that time, Our teacher asked us to write a paper about our understanding of the human emperor. All the kids in the class wrote about the glory and greatness of the human emperor, including me. However, Big Brother Wang Wei was not so flattering. I still remember the angry look on the teacher's face after hearing Big Brother Wang Wei's paper. Ha ha ha, he was so angry and wanted to reprimand him, but he did not dare do so due to Big Brother Wang Wei's status. So what did Big Brother Wang Wei write on his paper? Asked Yan Liling hurriedly. According to Big Brother Wang Wei, the human emperor was not as morally upright as people of later generation make him out to be. In his paper, he argued that the only reason that the human emperor created the human preservation array was due to karma. Karma? Yes. According to the Big Brother Wang Wei, although most great emperors should not be greatly affected by karma, things were different for the human emperor. As a person who only managed to prove the Tao by sacrificing the luck of the entire human race, he was indefinitely bound to the human race and to the myriad emperor world through karma. If the human emperor did not pay the karma he owed to the myriad emperor world, he would be stuck all his life as the protector or guardian of the world for all of his life. You mean similar to the devil emperors? Suddenly asked Yan Liling with a shocked look on her face. Exactly, said Li Jun before continuing. Big Brother Wang Wei said that the human emperor used the human preservation array to remove the binding that humanity's chi luck had on him and repay the karma he owed to our race and to the world. He even went as far as arguing that the reason that the human emperor did not want to exterminate the demon race was not because of the reason he argued, or at least, not the main reason. The real reason was that he needed a good reason to use humanity's chi luck to create the human preservation array. Yan Liling was more surprised by the article written by Wang Wei. However, the more she thought about it, the more reasonable she found it. After pondering for a while, she asked. It made sense given the fact that even his title was granted to him by heavenly Tao itself. He is the only great emperor to have such an honor. However, why did Big Brother Wang Wei dislike the human emperor so much? It's not that he disliked him, more like he was wary of him for some reasons. I remember that Big Brother was somewhat shocked when he learned that the human emperor chose the name Qin for the first dynasty. During that time, he was obsessed with finding out the origin of the human emperor. He spent a lot of time in the sect's Tibetan scripture pavilion searching for information about the human emperor. Yan Liling nodded and did not think too much about it. She knew that Wang Wei sometimes behaves weirdly. And just like Li Jun, she also knew that some geniuses have weird quirks compared to other people. Suddenly she asked, Wait, from what I know, Big Brother Wang Wei was proven to be a genius at a very young age, so why was he in the same class as other children of the sect? Shouldn't he be studying by himself, or asking a tutor to teach him personally? Oh, that was because Aunt Yuyin did not want Big Brother to become cold and arrogant. As such, he forced him to attend the sect lessons together with the other children of different branches. Yan Liling nodded, then the two of them started talking about different topics, then they suddenly heard a voice. Attention to all passengers, the next stop Rainbow City will arrive in about 30 breaths. Please prepare to descend the crawling dragon construct. After the voice repeated itself 3 times, it stopped. Immediately afterward, both Li Jun and Yan Liling got up and walked to the closest scale of the construct and waited. Meanwhile, they overheard a conversation between a couple next to them. Why didn't you buy a permit for the Soaring Phoenix construct instead? Asked the woman. Honey, competition has been fierce these days at work and I could not afford a noble permit for the Soaring Phoenix construct, responded the man. What about the merchant permit? I tried to buy one, but all the seats were already bought. And I knew that you did not like to travel in the common aisle. So I could only do the next best thing and travel through land in the crawling dragon construct. After hearing her husband's explanation, the woman snorted at him and decided to ignore him for a while. Meanwhile, the man smiled wryly while scratching the back of his head. After a few breaths, the construct stopped and the designated scales opened. Both Li Jun and Yan Liling smiled at the couple's conversation and descended while holding arms with each other. After leaving the launching station, Li Jun looked at the brightly lit city in front of him, and at the station behind him, he sighed and said, I'm going to miss all these new inventions when we return home. Well, You don't have to worry about transportation since we have teleportation formations back in our world. You can go anywhere instantly, replied Yen Liling. Do you think it is the same experience riding a crawling dragon construct and teleporting instantly? Yen Liling did not say a word. Furthermore, you should understand that our daily life has been fundamentally changed and improved by Big Brother. It is not the same thing back in our world. After being silent for a brief moment, Yen Liling then answered, Didn't Big Brother Wang Wei promise to bring back all these changes to the domains controlled by our sect? Yes, that's true. But I have a feeling that things will simply not be the same. You do not need to worry too much about such a thing, replied Yen Liling. After all, we are cultivators. Only by being in tune with nature, with heaven and earth, with the Tao can we walk further in our path. Li Jun pondered her words, then nodded in agreement. Afterwards, the two of them went on a date throughout this beautiful city known for its wonderful sceneries. Meanwhile, back in the palace, after the meeting, Wang Wei entered his cultivation room and activated all the formations. He sat cross-legged and started cultivating. On his divine altar, 365 divine veins could be seen perfectly carved. This means that Wang Wei had reached the peak of the divine altar realm and was only one step from breaking into the supernatural realm. Wang Wei looked at the divine veins on his altar and started thinking. As a person who cultivated an emperor's scripture, he cultivated a Tao foundation. To be precise, with the help of the Origin Path scripture, he cultivated the perfect Tao foundation. From the information he has read back in the sect, all the other techniques that cultivated the Tao foundation are not perfect. After carving the 365th divine vein, a crack will appear on the cultivator's divine altar. Many emperor lineage will have ways to fix that crack, but even after fixing it, it will still leave some marks no matter how small it may be. This symbolized the fact that nothing under heaven and earth is perfect except maybe heaven itself. The only people that can achieve perfection are the ones blessed by heavenly Tao. Hence the reason that the Origin Path scripture allowed cultivators to achieve perfection. This was a reward by heavenly Tao to Emperor Qiyuan when he spread the method of cultivation to the world. This was one of the merits granted to him. Despite this, not all cultivators can actually achieve a perfect Tao foundation after cultivating the Origin Oath scripture. Certain talents are needed for that. According to what Wang Wei knows, in the past few generations, only him, his father and great elder Yen Mei managed to cultivate a perfect Tao foundation. Even his grandfather failed to accomplish such a thing. As for Wang Wei, he was not satisfied with just having a perfect Tao foundation, and wanted something more, something better. And he succeeded when he broke through the 13th layer of the body refining realm, and had an ever-expanding divine sea. As such, he called his foundation Transcendent Perfection, or Transcendent Tao Foundation. Now that he had entered the peak of the divine altar realm, he began to ponder how to achieve such transcendence. Since he did not have a precedent to follow, Wang Wei had to create his own way. After many years of contemplating, he found a method and decided to try it now. More importantly, he had a hunch that he would succeed. Chapter 116. After contemplating for many years, Wang Wei decided to engrave divine veins not just into his divine altar, but also into his soul. If he succeeded, his control over spiritual qi would reach an unimaginable level, and he could also guess that there would be further benefit when he entered the primordial spirit realm. However, there was still a problem that needed to be solved. How to gain access to the soul. Only cultivators who have opened their Niwen aperture and have their own sea of consciousness can have easy access to their souls. And only in the supernatural realm did cultivators open up their Niwen aperture. However, this problem was not so difficult for Wang Wei. As a person who knows how it feels like to live solely in the form of the soul, he has a great deal of understanding about it. As such, Wang Wei closed his eyes and concentrated. He imagined himself before he was reincarnated back on Earth, when his body was destroyed and he was left with only a soul floating in the vast and limitless space. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Wei found himself in a small and dark space. In the middle of the space was a cloud-like fluffy thing floating there. Instinctively, he knew that this was his soul. After close examination, he discovered to his surprise that his soul was actually purple with a few gray outlines around the edges. According to the information he learned, souls are usually white as a symbol that all beings are innately pure and good. A soul can also change color. For example, a red and dark soul represents that a person has committed countless sins and is heavily entangled by karma. There are soul cultivating methods that also turn the soul into a different color. However, the color is usually golden. As for a purple-colored soul, he has never heard of it. He guessed that the gray outlines had to do with his fate puppeteer physique or the fragment of fate law, but he was clueless for the purple color. Suddenly, Wang Wei remembered how the clone of the battle-maniac emperor once said that his soul had the quality of paragon. Maybe that is the reason for his soul being purple. After scanning his memory again, Wang Wei realized that his soul started to change color when he absorbed all the blue lights that were floating in the endless void when he was swallowed by the space crack back on Earth. At that time he was so focused on reaching the next blue spot that he did not really pay attention to this detail. Wang Wei secretly blamed himself for how much of an idiot he was for not realizing that these blue spots were extraordinary, and that his soul was probably more mysterious and enigmatic than he previously thought. According to knowledge he knows about the soul, an ordinary mortal soul cannot last long after leaving the body. The soul is yin in nature, while the sun is yang in nature. If a soul were to touch the yang sun, it would be obliterated immediately. Not to mention the fact that the soul needs energy or nutrients to sustain itself, which the body provides. Only cultivators' souls in the primordial spirit realm can sustain themselves without the need of a body, and that is only because at that time, the soul has transformed into a primordial spirit. However, even then the soul or primordial spirit can only last a few months before fading away, unless other measures are taken. Only cultivators in the saint realm can actually abandon their bodies and survive only as a soul entity. As for Wang Wei, he could tell that he spent a very long time floating in space or void after being swallowed by that space crack. It was only after reviewing his memory that Wang Wei realized that he might have spent eons floating in that endless voice, and only his will and desire for survival that made him ignore the passage of time. Otherwise, he might have been driven crazy before he reached his destination. And those blue spots not only provided Wang Wei's soul with a terrible amount of lifespan, but also strength to be able to exist in such a terrible environment for such an extended period of time. And it seems that the blue spots also provided his soul with an incomparable quantity and quality. After pondering these things, Wang Wei suddenly stopped as he noticed something odd or different about his soul. So he went back to his memories again, and checked right before he entered the bright light, right before he reincarnated in the myriad emperor world. He realized that his cloud-like soul was actually massive in size, especially when compared to the current size of his soul now. It was almost like comparing planet Earth with the size of the Milky Way galaxy. After frowning for a while, he guessed that most of his soul had probably decreased in quantity after going through the process of reincarnation. Or even better, this might be the reason that he kept the memories from his past life. Wang Wei theorized that he himself might have decided to sacrifice the quantity of his soul in order to retain the memories from his past life. Unfortunately, he could not remember anything after entering the bright light. Well, luckily, my soul's quality still remained, thought Wang Wei after sighing for a while at his tremendous luck. In fact, Wang Wei was not that sad about this loss despite what he said. There is a clear correlation between the soul and the body. As strong as one is, the other has to be strong enough to bear the other. If Wang Wei was born with such a powerful soul, his body would not be able to bear it and cause him a great deal of trouble. Of course, his soul would slowly strengthen his body until he can actually carry it, just like a strong body will strengthen the soul. However, in the process, Wang Wei would probably be quite miserable. With such a powerful soul, his body and mind would not be able to function properly, and he would be labeled as intellectually disabled. And with how strong his soul was, it would have taken thousands upon thousands of years to strengthen his body to the level that he could function properly. And that's just a mild estimate. After taking a deep breath to calm himself down, Wang Wei began the process he needed to do in the first place. With a sudden thought, he began to engrave divine veins on his soul, just like he did on his divine altar. Of course, he did not inscribe random veins on his soul. No, as he was aware of the fact that divine veins will in fact be combined together into origin pattern on the ancient lamps in the supernatural realm. He organized his soul divine veins to perfectly fit or connect with the ones in his divine altar. After engraving another 355 veins on his soul, Wang Wei stopped as he realized that any further ones served no benefit to him, and would be just a waste of time. Any more veins would affect the creation of his origin pattern, and also provide no further increase in strength. After finishing his engraving, both the divine veins in his soul and his divine altar shined together, and a profound connection was formed between them. Wang Wei opened his eyes, and he saw the world completely different from before. For one thing, he could physically see spiritual qi floating and dancing in the air with his eyes. The spiritual qi seemed to be alive and noticed Wang Wei's presence and flew towards him, and entered his body without him even asking. He felt that he had a tremendous affinity with spiritual qi, and with this affinity came a terrifying control. In order to test his theory, Wang Wei secretly left the palace to an inhabited mountain. He activated all his 720 divine veins, and controlled the spiritual qi around him. Instantly, Wang Wei flew straight into the sky with steadiness and without pause. And his speed was actually quite fast. Although he could not actually reach Mach 1 like supernatural realm cultivators, he could still fight properly in the air. Furthermore, compared to how he almost fell from the air due to low spiritual qi when he first tried to fly in this world, the process was too easy this time. Without hesitation, Wang Wei flew straight through the sky, almost reaching the stratosphere. Then he looked at the world under his feet. At this height, Wang Wei could see the entire world, from one end to another. He could see how this world was actually a piece of land surrounded by ocean that defies the fundamental laws of gravity. And unlike the myriad emperor world, this world did not have a barrier to protect it, but Wang Wei could see a powerful formation at the end of the world that cut off the world from the endless void. After sighing for a while at how mysterious the world of cultivation works, Wang Wei returned to the palace. He wanted to know how long his seclusion took and deal with future plans. Chapter 117. While Wang Wei was in retreat to create his transcendent Dao foundation, many of the other heaven chosen of this trial took notice when a new fortune dynasty was created. Great Zhou Dynasty Royal Palace. Ji Song wore a yellow dragon robe with a crown on his head. His muscular body and hard face emanate a powerful and bloody aura. He was sitting on a chair carved with dragons when he suddenly felt a change occurred in the eastern region. He connected to the luck of his dynasty, and watched how the Great Xia dynasty was founded with tremendous amounts of luck. He clenched his teeth so hard that the dragon throne he sat on was deformed, and through gritted teeth he said, "Wang Wei." Immediately afterward, a terrible killing intent enveloped the entire meeting room. Many officials thought they had done something wrong, and immediately knelt in the ground asking for forgiveness. All of them except one. First Prince Jisoo, or in this case Prime Minister Jisoo. After seeing his younger brother's reaction, he guessed what happened and said out loud, "Your Majesty, calm down." His voice contained a little bit of his spiritual power, and Ji Song immediately came back to his senses, thus removing his killing intent. However, this was just on the surface. Deep in his eyes, the killing intent was so intense that it wanted to devour not just his enemy, but himself as well. Jisoo also noticed this and he frowned. He could tell that his brother's situation right now was not ideal. If he continues like this, he most likely will develop heart demon towards Wang Wei. After seeing his younger brother calm down, Jisoo then said, "Are you calm now?" Ji Song just nodded. "Then we can prepare for our next expedition, the Great Wu Dynasty. Why not attack the Great Xia Dynasty? They have just become a dynasty and are still weak. It is the perfect time to attack and destroy them," responded Ji Song with boundless bloodlust in his eyes. "Songer," responded Jisoo in an informal manner. "This is not the time to make decisions based on your personal vendetta. The Great Xia Dynasty is located all the way east from the three central dynasties. Do you know how many kingdoms and dynasties are between us and them? How long do you think it will take to reach there with our armies? Can you guarantee that the other dynasties will not take advantage of us marching eastward to sneak attacks in the back? You need to set your priorities straight, and remember the main reason that we came here. As for Sacred Sun Wang Wei, you will have your opportunity for revenge. Now focus on our attack against the Great Wu dynasty. After hearing his brother's words, Ji Song took a deep breath to relax and nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, all the ministers on the floor secretly sighed in relief. Although His Majesty is often both brave and wise militaristically and politically, sometimes he can become rash and stubborn to an abnormal level, especially when it comes to things related to the former Eastern Reign Kingdom. During those times, it is up to the Prime Minister to talk some reason to His Majesty, otherwise, no one can stop him from acting the way he wants. After seeing his brother regain his bearing, Jisoo secretly sighed in relief. In fact, he lied to his brother. Or to be exact, he did not tell him the whole truth. The reason that he did not want his brother to attack the Great Xia dynasty was due to the fact he feared that his brother might lose again. As such, he wanted his brother to conquer the easier Great Wu dynasty. With the vast territory of both dynasties, he can absorb enough luck for him to reach purple gold. After that, even if his brother lost against Sacred Sun Wang Wei, he will not fail this trial. Although it would be ideal if his brother could absorb luck after conquering the entire world, thus resulting in his chi luck reaching peak purple gold. However, he is just fine with just his luck breaking through purple gold from peak purple. With the foundation of their Great Zhou Imperial dynasty, they can still help his brother further increase his luck by sacrificing a certain price. Great Shu Dynasty, a Taoist temple. Many ministers of the dynasty were reporting to a young handsome man named Feng Heng, who was wearing a Taoist robe with the yin-yang symbol all over it. National teacher, over the past decade, more than 300 temples have been created all over our territory. We have also taught the people on how to read and recite scriptures, and to go to the temples and seek enlightenment. However, the people seem determined to pray and offer incense despite the law we passed down. After hearing this, Feng Heng frowned and started thinking deeply. The sect has strict regulation for not accepting incense in faith. Anyone who breaks this rule will be severely disciplined. Then he suddenly remembered that his teacher told him that it was all right. He said, as long as they do not interfere with the operation of the temples, just leave them be. After that, a brief meeting about the situation of the dynasty took place before all the ministers left the temple. Immediately afterwards, Feng Heng noticed something in the east, and used the luck of the Great Shu dynasty to observe. Great Xia dynasty, he muttered with a pensive look on his face. Meanwhile, after leaving, some of the higher officials started talking to themselves. Ever since national teacher Feng Heng arrived, our workload has decreased dramatically. As long as we do the bare minimum and ensure the safety and livelihood of the common people, everything else is fine. You are totally right. Not just us have changed, even His Majesty has greatly changed. He is no longer so ruthless, brutal and cold. Hey, during those times, I woke up not knowing whether I would return home to see my family again. I remember that Xia Zhan was whipped to death for objecting to His Majesty for wanting to increase his harem by another 10,000 concubines. Shoot, do not talk about His Majesty behind his back like this. You do not need to worry. His Majesty has entered seclusion in order to fully become a Taoist monk. He has not attended an official meeting for more than 5 years now. Hopefully, things remain this way forever. After that person said this, all the other officials laughed out loud, then secretly looked around them to see if anyone was watching them before hurrying to go home. Great Wu Dynasty Imperial Palace. Sun Wen was sitting on his dragon throne with a look of pride and arrogance. Like everything and everyone was under his control. Sun Wen, with a majestic voice, asked, what was the result? One official stepped up and answered, the nobles have accepted your Majesty's bargaining. They will each choose a beautiful daughter from their main branch and send them to the palace. However, they demanded that His Majesty sign a sole contract before they could fulfill their end of the deal. Sun Wen frowned after hearing this, then waved his hand. Immediately afterward, someone handed the contract to him. After taking more than 1 hour reviewing every inch of the contract, he smiled happily and signed it with his blood. After that, the court meeting was over and all the officials left the room, leaving only one person. Third Prince Su Jialong, who is currently known as the Legion Commander of the Great Wu Dynasty. Big brother, why do you have to play with these nobles like this? Asked Sun Jialong. We have already determined that the previous monarch killed all the supernatural realm cultivators of the noble family. We could have just killed all of them. My little brother, you do not understand the intricacies of politics. Look, with just a few minor promises, the nobles of the dynasty have handed over to me all the military and political power in their hands, replied Sun Wen with a cunning look in his face. What's more, I did all of this without shedding a single drop of blood, or wasting any resources for military deployment. This is a great achievement. But big brother, aren't you worried that the nobles will betray you in the future? Of course not. I have already sent people to secretly infiltrate these noble families and spy on them. Additionally, as long as the political power of the dynasty enters my hand, it will only be a matter of time before I have total and absolute control over the entire dynasty. Looking at the prideful look on his big brother's face, Sun Jialong secretly shook his head. From experience, he knew how these nobles thought. Without placing the fear of heaven on them, they will do absolutely anything for power. The so-called handing of power is probably nothing but doing so in public, while secretly controlling the dynasty under his big brother's nose. Even if his big brother replaced all the high levels of the dynasty, how does he know the people he replaced them with are actually loyal to him? In the past 10 years or more, instead of cultivating loyal subordinates for himself, his big brother has just been promising people with benefits from their worlds in order to rally people to support him. In fact, this method should be fine. But knowing his big brother, Sun Jialong realized that there is a high chance that these are just empty promises. And couldn't these old foxes of this world that spent their entire life in the court tell what kind of person his big brother was? It seemed to Sun Jialong that his big brother had gravely underestimated the wisdom of the people of this world. Just because they are weak does not mean that they are not intelligent. After sighing for a while, Sun Jialong then asked, "Then big brother, are you ready to fight the heaven chosen of the other factions? Now that the Great Xia dynasty has been established, all the major players should be ready to fight on the big stage?" After hearing his little brother's words, Sun Wen looked at him with weird eyes, then shook his head. "Little brother, this is the reason that I say you are not tactically minded. Why should I fight with them personally?" "Big brother, what do you mean? Before coming to this trial, I have secretly contacted the Death Order Palace and formed an alliance with them," responded Sun Wen with a devilish smile on his face. However, Sun Jialong on the other end was frowning after hearing this. As such, he asked, "Doesn't that violate the unwritten rule of not secretly assassinating each other's heaven chosen? If the person doing the assassination belonged to the younger generation, then, of course it does not violate the unwritten rule," replied Sun Wen with a smirk look on his face. After this, Sun Jialong sighed and left the courtroom, heading back to his own manor. Afterward, Sun Jialong sat cross-legged and started pondering the situation of the Great Wu Imperial Dynasty. As a matter of fact, their dynasty is currently in dire straits. Their imperial dynasty has cultivated 4 great emperors, but one of the biggest hidden secrets of the dynasty is the fact that only the founding emperor of their dynasty was actually a true great emperor. All the other 3 were in fact pseudo-emperors, which means that despite having acquired the heaven will, their Dao hearts were not strong enough to bear it. As such, these pseudo-emperors are even weaker than the weakest of true emperors. As a matter of fact, even the emperor scripture that they created is in fact incomplete. So, technically speaking, the Great Wu Imperial Dynasty only has 1 emperor scripture. Sun Jialong knew that the reason for this situation is due to the fact their dynasty places too much emphasis on using schemes and plots. In any situation, the first instinct of their people is to use schemes to kill their enemies. And if that does not work, then they will fight. And if the enemy proved to be more powerful than them, then they would run away or strategically retreat. Many of the people of the dynasty noticed this problem and ought to change. They believed that in the future, the people of the dynasty should behave more bravely and upfront, just like the martial great emperor, the first emperor of their dynasty. However, the majority of people disagreed. They argued based on the fact that their own way has produced more than 3 great emperors. Additionally, according to these people, a pseudo-emperor is still an emperor. Due to different ideologies, 2 different factions have thus formed inside the Great Wu imperial dynasty, constantly fighting and competing with each other. After thinking about these things, Sun Jiaolong sighed and took out a sword from his space ring. The sword looked dull and rusted, like it would be broken or fall apart the next moment. On the sword, the character for human was inscribed vividly on it. After looking at the character, a fierce light flashed across Sun Jiaolong's eyes as he had just made a very important decision. "I'm sorry, but this is all for the future of the Great Wu dynasty," muttered Sun Jiaolong under his breath. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.